emotions and crying. Like, wow, Nintendo, just wow.
The power of mood swings.
Like, wow, Nintendo really.
It was a fun game, at least. Fun game, at least.
Pissing off, like, yeah, that's pissing off the internet and everybody there. Alrighty. Woohoo! Alrighty. Well, let me get my water filled up. Oh. Check out what Luna's doing. Oh, it's because Rusty's out there. You don't need
Rusty buddy. Alright, so, hey everyone. I'm Surreal Canine.
So obsessed with the kitties right now. In the puppies.
You are hearing Fox. He's a cool dude, and I'm waiting on him to boot up the game, because we gotta do this over Parsec, because that's just how this works. Why does the Pure ZC Discord have 2 Pure ZC bots?
Probably can't order it yourself, but I'll look for a restaurant supply and order some. It's lasted me forever. It tastes so good. It's way cheaper. It's probably cheaper than buying soda. Loop is covered in grease because she decided to lay in a greasy pan again.
Floof.
Like, oh yeah, I finished cooking, and after it's warm grease, so let's lay in frickin' grease because Floof is weird. She's gonna need a bath again, which is gonna be a pain. She is not easy to give a bath to. Oreo just kind of was like, I don't like this, but I'm just going to like squirm a little bit, and Floof is like screaming, like flailing, claw, bite everything impossible. I have to like wrap her head in the towel to give her a bath. Rusty is just like, this feels nice. Luna likes baths to the point where she will walk right in and sit next to me while I'm taking a shower, and it's like, please don't do that. Now I have to dry you off too. Ouch! What is jabbing me right in the butt? What is that? It's a sand spur. Who put a sand spur in my seat? Cat. Ow. Or dog. Ow, that hurt. Jeez. Frickin' Florida sand spurs, man. Alrighty, so we're doing more Mega Man today, which is fun. I said I might do Neo, but it doesn't really matter about Neo right now. We could do that. I could do that later. So hey, we're doing Mega Man, and we had. Oh wait, that's right. I was gonna say, did you update it? But like you're playing off.
I don't need to update it.
I've got it updated on my end, so yeah. Hopefully things will work.
Okay.
And you could play as. I mean, it's not as detailed as the thing I made before for like Suzy Roo, but hey.
Okay.
They should have fixed the multiplayer issue with the 2 things.
But like, did the Suzy sprite break?
No, remember it crashed before.
Did the update break it?
What do you mean? Before when we tried to play with both of them at the same time.
You're saying it's not going to be as detailed as Suzy Roo.
No, I said it's not going to be as detailed as mine, but you could play with Suzy Roo.
Okay.
Just because it's a ton of effort to like make a sprite like that. Hi, Mishka. Mishka, come here. Here's the older husky. Yes. She doesn't want to come here.
Hello, Mishka.
She's just like,
Hi, puppy.
Let's sit here.
Puppy.
I mean, I would try to make a more detailed one for Suzy, but it's going to be really, really hard to do. It's a lot of effort. Plus, I don't know enough about how she looks to really draw anything like that.
Honestly, the purple Roo is probably just how she looks.
Yeah, I need to. I will probably go back through there and add more detail. Like I might make the eyes instead of like the typical Rui eyes where you don't have like the Oh, you just have like the pupils, but I'm gonna add probably more to that, and maybe some hair and a better like maybe leather vest or something. I don't know. We'll see. Windows Defender, shut the fuck up. We prevented this program from running. We're preventing this program from running. I gave an exception to this. Let it run. Why do you keep re-adding it to prevent it from working? Stop that. Milo, don't climb the screen, please.
Milo, buddy.
Milo really wants in here, but the problem is I don't know how well that would work with Luna here.
Milo, buddy. Mr. Milo. I have not seen Ritz in quite a bit.
Ritz? Oh, yeah.
The neighbor's cat. Alright, here we are. It's a video game. Here we go. Yeah.
Do you want to keep playing Dragon or go back to
Yeah, let's get Susie.
Hopefully this works this time. The amusing, like, break dash breaking is still kind of funny to me. That happened at the end of last night. Because I got stunned midway and Bastion was just like...
I still can't control this menu.
Yeah, there's normal Rui, and then Susie I gave a different thing. Normal Rui is just all, like... Hey, it works! Yeah, it works! It's... I wish it had more animation frames for, like, shooting and stuff. But it only has, like, the one, so... Unless you're walking, then it... I mean, it's the same with Bastion, though. He's just like, boop, 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 boop. There's not much I can do about that, unless you could add frames to it later. I will slowly improve on her stuff, when I can. Actually, where are we going there? We need to go back to...
Let's see... jailhouse.
And you want to save up for that key? Because I got an item that is like a godsend on my own file.
Susie has a red nose? I kind of always imagined her having black.
It was just an offset. That was kind of like the default Rui nose, and I can change it to black later. Oh yeah, don't talk to dude up there.
Okay.
It sure is a thing. What's with that look? Okay, yeah, I'm in here for trying to steal a wallet again. Look, I'll admit, I made the same mistake too many times in a row. From now on, I'll try and do a better job of not getting caught. Where no Met has gone before.
Oh boy.
This level has, like, multiple different paths. We'll go right first, because that has, like, less stuff. Buckle the space, my boy. The road splits in two. Decide if you want to go through the exterior of the metal space station by jumping on those top solid platforms or inside where the gravity is twice as high. Yay, let bag!
I got God. There are 3 energy elements?
Yes, that's what I mean. The stage is takes 3 times the playthrough. I wish you could add, like, animations to the first bullet, but you can't. Oh no! those little platforms are not exactly, like, multiplayer friendly. Checkpoint. Oh, hello, nice to see you. I had a suggestion. Get ready for what happens next, because the room behind me is a mess. Okay.
Oh boy. Luigi! Ah! What?
Those things do a ridiculous amount of damage.
I didn't even realize those were solid. They don't look solid.
Ow.
52. So I finally was able to do. Well, I finally unlocked the Dark Ritual today in Idle Loops, but I don't have enough Dark Magic to be able to finish it. Yeah, I gotta grind some more.
Oh. Wait, we already got the first thing. Alright, well, there's the boss. This is the boss that glitched me out. Not this specific version of it. This version is kind of annoying to fight. It's because there's like no room to freaking avoid stuff.
Okay, we did the thing.
I still need to finish Susie's victory sprite. I was gonna change it to Black Rui's like guffaw laughing.
Yeah, that kind of fits.
Low gravity levels are always pretty fun, I don't know. I always enjoy them. Woohoo! I mean, I did add the various animations. Because Rui's don't tend to have, like, a lot of, like, animated stuff from the game it came from.
Oh, sure, they're not the main character.
One of the Bomberman games has a whole bunch of them. In Bomberman Racing, kinda, they were.
Yeah, but like the only two Bomberman games I've even played are 64 and Hero.
Welcome to outer space. Oh, hi, Quinn. Good job getting here. Want to do a sparring match? I'm not the pushover you once fought.
There's a third one.
Yep, a third one. I don't know why there's a third one, but there sure is. But yeah, the item that was like a lifesaver for me was the compass.
Yeah.
It makes the noise and highlights where hidden stuff is.
Oh, you can just stand on that.
Tennis balls!
Hi, Fairman. Oh, hi, listen, the space station is built by a lunatic. I'm sure one of these floors is fake. Mind your steps.
Your third big third best. What? What do you mean?
You are the best. Okay.
Okay.
It exists. Okay.
Can you control this yet? No.
No. Good grief on the Leafalins! That's a lot of collectibles for a stage this small, and despite expectations, the two individual paths, high gravity and low gravity, converge into the same element if you go to their conclusions. Instead, the extras are all scattered along the tops, and the only reason to go to the lower path is for some of the tokens, since you can get all the elements from going up. That's a bit of a shame, as the lower path has more entertaining level design. Mixing count bombs, fans, and high gravity together works surprisingly well. And I was mildly impressed with the part where we had to activate a wall of bombs, run away, and then jump over the new hole to actually get through. Even managed to have a halfway interesting metal pop in, which made me a little upset they didn't have a checkpoint after it. Reheat fights wear out their welcome. The top path, by contrast, is basically just a bunch of low-gravity challenges, which have a tendency to be self-defeating thanks to low gravity. You also have some kind of pointless extra elements like a quickly dying Quint or a star section with smiles, uplifting messages, getting briefly stuck in the floor. I really don't have a lot to say about the upper portion. It doesn't seem to have the same level of care. In its current state, this place honestly just baffles me with its content to collectible ratio, and parsing it enough to get a useful review out proved to be a real challenge. Personal recommendation, should have just focused on the bottom path. That had a lot more going for it, if you ask me. While this definitely isn't the most confusing level in the contest, I sure got thrown off by the odd level progression here during my first playthrough. Even after figuring it out though, there's almost nothing to this stage. Besides the odd level structure, all the room and enemy layouts are incredibly easy to deal with. The only really notable thing I can think to bring up is the quick fight. Another question why it had to be done for one of the Anji elements here. Wouldn't Farbe say is a one-off gag or Easter egg? Granted, it's a gag that's been done in several levels before in other levels, but at the very least it wouldn't have eaten up an element slot and thus forced us to replay the stage another time for full completion. Other than that, I noticed that when teleporting into the room that eventually leads to the third element, you get stuck in the floor briefly, so there's that, I guess. Yeah, sorry, but I got nothing else. This is just a very oddly put together, largely empty stage. One stall set for Mets! Luna. As expected from the 3-element count, this level is fairly non-linearly designed, but mercifully it is overall not a very big stage. That being said, the level kind of suffers from a lack of challenge progression and polish. While each of the paths does offer somewhat its own coherent theming. For example, the top ending is really good. Entirely played in low gravity. The rooms don't really get designed around that gimmick as they are vastly empty spaces over more empty spaces. The gravity flipping on occasion is strange. Some of the room layouts seem to hint that there might be hidden paths you can use the gravity flip to get around to, but most often they only lead to dead ends. The lower sections aren't all that impressive either, using common gimmicks like time bombs and fairly generic platforming challenges. Some misplaced collision objects in spots too that demonstrate a lack of polish on the stage as a whole. There is that wacky encounter with Quint with a whopping 3 health bars to boot. Thankfully, his reign of terror was stopped as he was given a severe weakness to Water Shield.
Or Mega Buster.
Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the super fighting robot Megaman. His continuing mission, to explore strangely laid out worlds, to seek out new and life-threatening situations, and to completely bypass them with Rush Jet, to blandly go where tokens have gotten stored. Roll intro credits. Captain's log, Stardate 2000X-137-4. Routine scan of a nearby space station detected 3 energy elements, usually a sign of an overambitious civilization expanding out of control. I beamed over to investigate. The station was unremarkable in appearance, offering no clues as to its purpose or owner. I intercepted a few audio transmissions. One was boisterous and grating, another was a familiar sports anthem that was unexpected but oddly fitting. Different varieties of metal defended the station, but I noticed they tended to avoid interactions with each other and with the station's various environmental hazards. Only the largest metals and a high-gravity hallway offered any novel or memorable resistance. Paths branched and looped back on themselves unpredictably, with directional restrictions that eliminated the enjoyment of exploring a maze. I felt disoriented and occasionally unprepared for the difficulties ahead. One path took me into an alternate universe that seemed to exist only for a cheap chuckle. I wonder if all the robots I spoke with came from there. They seemed so out of place here, and they tried so hard to make me laugh while explaining things I would have rather discovered for myself. I'm lucky I survived the trip. The poorly constructed teleporter deposited me halfway into the floor. In retrospect, I should have been more wary. I spotted more than one instance of shaky construction on the station. I returned with all 3 energy elements and one lingering question. Was the creator of this station truly a lunatic, or simply another builder without a cohesive plan? Level this linear should not be this difficult thing. This difficult thing. Derp. A level this linear should not be as confusing to navigate. Multiple paths pretty much meant most of the time was looking for said alternative paths rather than paying attention and having fun. Very much led to the detriment and ultimately killed any flow the level might have. Most of the time there wasn't even much point to them, especially given it's a pretty generic level overall. Gravity, count bombs, and mets. Stage elements we've seen a lot, even just within this contest alone. That all said, the level is fairly well tiled and doesn't look, say, bad aesthetically, but using things such as the base dev kit Yoku block graphic and a rather large amount of tile cutoff in places where you're lacking a tile type do make it look very unpolished. The lower root with the graphic changing needed visual cues to make it obvious where and what happened. An audio cue alone is not really enough. The jump-through platforms also aren't telegraphed well enough, which can lead to confusions when similar-looking tiles are used as solid. That said, I have to say, the lower gravity does make mets significantly harder to deal with, but it's always nice to find a bit of spice to otherwise overused enemies. Yet praise does not apply to the Metal Pot and Yoku block combo. It's just plain tedious if you try Buster only, and the mets it spawns are a real nuisance. There are definitely cases where you're placing things like the glitches or getting shunted into terrain, and the teleport for the third element placing you within the ground is just sloppy as hell. Metal Daddy is a bit of a weird case. I'm not sure if its changes make it a more novel fight or not.
I know, okay? I know you're sick too, I know. Poor baby. You okay? Is that better? Yeah, it's... Well, I'm probably sick with COVID, which is why the kitties are sick too, because kitties get COVID as well. The dogs are fine.
It's sloppy as hell. The fight is clearly harder, but it isn't in such a way that it's unfair. The new starting health is just really strange though. And on the topic of the other past boss, Quint, the best way I can describe my reaction to him is meh. The trope of boss looks super powerful but is felt in 1 or 2 hits is overdone to death. And here it's done with dev kit assets, and as such becomes even more formulaic, predictable, and thus utterly eye-roll inducing, especially doing this with everyone's punching bag Quint. I don't think there's any real way of handling this with just the dev kit. At this point, it ends the level on a damp squib rather than anything approaching an acceptable climax. Even with 3 elements, I can't say it outstayed its welcome, but it was all rather too basic and never really justified the extra routes. Quint especially was an unwelcome addition. And focusing on the core portions of the stage rather than spiraling all over the place is the only real way you can explore elements rather than just plop them down and make a bare-bones mediocre stage.
You know, one way to make the Quint thing, the pathetic Quint thing, kind of funny I could think of is that when he's there ranting at you, he's like, now I turned up the gravity, and then he jumps off the thing and just dies when he hits the ground because he turned up the gravity. After he hops off the thing, he's just like, ha ha! Boom, boom, boom! You just gotta, like, subvert expectations with this standard trope.
My dream is to one day become a famous one day by catching a runaway criminal. Imagine this. A cork tries to escape by digging their way out with a spoon, right? Well, that technique shall be no match for my drill bores. Haha, they will be caught in an instant. What do you mean that'll never happen? I don't let my dreams be crushed.
Stolen Citadel.
By Lunar Rainbow Tie-Guy. Ooh, Cossack 3. Oh, Bastion, thank goodness you're here. I hate to bother you while you're trying to take care of Mr. X and the robots he stole from the robot tournament. But Mr. X has taken over my Citadel. Me and Kalinka have evacuated safely, but please hurry and take out Mr. X's robots so we can return to our home.
You mean we're busy with doing the thing that you need us to do? I mean... Yeah? I mean...
No, that was a different tournament.
Well, I mean, he's telling us, like, I know you're busy doing the thing that I need you to do, or I'm asking you to do. He's asking us to do the same thing that we're already doing, and it's just like, yes, okay. I blame it on English not being his, like, English is not his first language. I'm trying to remember which one of these, but somebody was making... There was a funny thing that I saw where somebody thought that Dr. Cossack was Canadian.
Yeah.
Which would be a funny twist. You think he's Russian all this time, he's just from Canada.
Whoops.
That was weird. Thank you, Link. Oh, it's waiting for both of us. Hey! Some co-op, like, quality of life stuff. That's good. Or it's just being weird. Or, I don't know. Sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. Is it only, like, interact initially with the first player? That's kind of weird. Oh, I wasn't sure who died there for a second. Yay, checkpoint. Oh no, this boss sucks. This layout really sucks for this boss.
Oh, that was a short enough level.
I tried to do this Buster only, and it really sucked to fight that boss. Actually, here, you read that and see if they fixed where you can read this yet.
Nope.
Oh, jeez.
A remix of Cossack 3 stacked with Mega Man 6 enemies. That's an interesting thematic choice. Unfortunately, while the level's design is serviceable, it's too short to really do anything with it. The main criticism I have, besides the length, is how quickly the place ramps up. In virtually no time at all, it dives into multi-enemy encounters with Panditas, Coltons, Tadivos, and who knows what else. Unfortunately, not only does that lead to a lot of projectiles on screen, the quick ramp-up deprives you of the experience of some variety. The Cossack platform room, by contrast, is much more low-key, but it too barely changes the advance, being mostly just platforms with the odd Tativo or Caterpillar. It's short and to the point, which is something I can respect, but this place just doesn't do enough to really be memorable. Rounder 2 exists at the end, and he's at least a little different, but he absolutely doesn't make up for this level. Overall, this needs a lot more work. Zelda is basically just a small corridor with enemies followed by a short segment with Cossack platforms. That's it. Virtually nothing else to this stage other than those two parts and then the boss. As for those two short segments play out, first one is packed with way too many enemies for its own good, none of which really get any proper introductions. and are all basically thrown at you in rapid succession. A large group of enemies, contrary to what some might say, can actually work well in moderation, provided those enemies are properly spaced and are small and squishy enough to give the player an edge over their
Mishka, you okay?
sheer numbers, with Tully's being the main example of this. Here, most of the enemy choices are either bulky, have mid to high HP pools, or have shields. Now, if we were dealing with some of these in more carefully constructed rooms, that likely wouldn't be an issue. Dealing with all of them at the same time, though, that's way too much. The Cossack platform section following this has some more thoughtful enemy placement, but it effectively just repeats the same setup using Takebos and Caterpillars each time. It's also a rather annoying setup to go against at that, seeing as you have little room to avoid the Takebo's arcing shot at first. And then you need to make sure you're at the proper elevation to shoot it once it raises its shield. I wouldn't really blame anyone for overabusing Laser Trident or Tornado Blow for this part, especially once the Coltons get thrown into the mix. As for the end boss, while I appreciate the effort in trying to make Rounder 2 more interesting, there still isn't much substance to them. Their paths taking up the entire room might be awkward to deal with at first. Once you realize it's just a matter of sticking to the middle and right-hand platforms, only jumping to the other when a Rounder is approaching from the opposite side, this fight pretty much has nothing else to it. Overall, there's just not really a whole lot to the stage. I can at least recognize there was effort put in here, but it ended up being way too short and repetitive. Put that Citadel in the bag. Fairly short stage with a few screens littered with projectile enemies. Noble idea, but sadly that alone doesn't really make much of a stage. First few screens can get pretty overwhelming with all the bullets arcing about. Enemies are also prone to respawning from getting knocked back and forth off the screens. It is much easier to take the upper path to get rid of the pandas. It's a neat consistency touch of using only Mega Man 6 enemies due to a little story involving Mr. X. The aesthetics fittingly resemble Cossack Citadel, but they could use a little less empty blue sky of nothingness though. We aren't bound by hardware limitations anymore after all. The second half of the stage is nothing but Cossack platform hopping while dealing with some cannons every now and then. You can get pretty boring and or tedious if you ever get thrown into the pit and have to redo the entire jumping section again. The boss is a little wonky with its unclear hitbox and some unpredictable direction changes, but otherwise a fine fight overall. Smashing together enemies from one game and a level from another game is a stroke of genius, and I'm super bummed that the design here doesn't do the premise justice. The level looks promising enough at first. The text box gives a little some flavor. A perfectly appropriate introductory challenge, and oh geez, enemies everywhere! What do you think going on? Help, there's too many of them all in this section, I'm gonna skip everything with rush dash. Oh look, a checkpoint.
I love how Flashman chooses to skip everything with Rush Jet instead of just using his Flashman power to freeze everything.
The second half of the level is better. The pacing is somewhat slow and the challenges are fairly repetitive. I recognize that an effort was made to craft the challenge progression and combine elements meaningfully. Experimenting more with enemy positioning and level flow would have helped the section to really stand out. Of all the bosses who could have usurped the Cockroach Twins room, Rounder 2 was definitely the best choice. I'm not so sure about the Sheepman blocks. A Cossack platform which the player has already seen would have sufficed, or even entering through the ceiling to avoid the platform problem altogether. Disappointingly, due to lack of invincibility frames, special weapons end the battle almost instantly. It's thoughtful that the spikes explode when the boss does, but it's either an oversight or a misguided soft luck countermeasure to allow any spikes to remain. Overall, the level needs more. More restraint in the first half, more read any power-ups, more background graphics than a lone Onion Dome, more places for the player to rest, additional screen transitions would add natural pauses and break up the long scrolling sections. More focused theming. Enemies from Mega Man 6 are a good start, but the assortment feels haphazard, and there should be some auto-scrolling to fully capture Mega Man 4. The first half of this stage is probably its lowest point. It's crowded, messy, and whilst the top half is significantly less irritating than the lower, either way you're probably taking damage. Hotchkissing flying above the stage, acting as a pseudo-Lakitu from Super Mario, is a particular nuisance. Enemy and gimmick placement gets much more thoughtful toward the second half of the stage, that is, to a player that doesn't go in half-cocked. Honestly, I can really appreciate the timing challenges here if you go Buster only. It's not too difficult, and there's a steady difficulty curve, and dare I say I found this segment fun in its own way. The foreground is reasonably tiled. In fact, after comparing the two, it pretty much nails the Cossack 3 tile layout style, which is a neat touch. Unfortunately, the background being almost solid blue leaves much to be desired. I'm aware the Cossack 3 dev kit tiles are missing the clouds, but there are plenty of other tile sets with clouds in the dev kit. I'd say this would have been a good place for some more improvisation, but oh well. The fight against Rounder 2 is easy enough, and I always appreciate actually trying to give a dev kit boss a new challenge, but the layout makes it rather punishing. The boss ends up resolving around sitting in one reasonably safe spot, but where also getting hit does not knock you into spikes, and jumping around her occasionally. Not really engaging, but once again, the effort is there. I think the entire room should have been erased upon defeat of the boss rather than just the spikes, as it's rather unfortunate that poor luck can stick the energy element in an unattainable place currently. So apparently everyone crammed in this cell over here is all in there for the same crime. Apparently they caused development problems. I have no idea what that means, but it sounds complicated. Heh.
Huh! I entered the tournament in search of glory, but the challenges are unfairly skewed against me. I can't believe I can't win by just win by ramming into everything I see. He wants to put him in East. Military training.
Shh! Don't rat me out here now. I'm trying to make my grand escape by disguising myself as one of the gears.
That's a lot of stuff.
Megaman 9. And are these Hardman tiles?
If I remember right, this level takes forever.
Okay. Dr. W!
What if Capcom will ever make like an actual co-op Mega Man game? Mega Man Legends 3! Which will never ever happen. I'm gonna keep saying it will never happen because I was saying Metroid Prime 4 was never going to show up on the Direct, and it did. Silk Song is still alone in its vault. Although it's kind of funny because people are like, we never hear anything about Silk Song, but I distinctly remember watching like a trailer for it. Oh, this way. Which seems like the way you're supposed to be going, but... That is some tight platforming right there. Do not go up. I remember that from my own playthrough. Up is a poorly designed, like, trap. It's not supposed to be a trap, but there is, like, a secret that I didn't manage to get because it's, like, impossible to get, almost. Right over here. You see that upper left corner?
Oh.
And the whole thing is, we are limited on what we can use. See? There's no element up there, thankfully. It drove me nuts. There's like no way to get up there. It's like frame perfect. I don't know what could possibly be up there, but it is not a good secret.
And tank.
I don't know.
That's what I would put up there.
I wouldn't put anything up there because you can't get there. Oh, I didn't even know that was gonna drop. I just slid. Oh!
Oops. This thing has a lot of health.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. Gotta rush jet it up there. Why do all these Mega Man people know Bastion? This is my question.
Because he hangs out in the game all the time.
Unless it's the weird, like, Mega Man style world that we're visiting right now.
Yeah, so like inspired by the Paradox Pokemon and Pokemon Violet, I made a Pokemon world that is basically the world of Mega Man ZX. And like Area Zero is where the space station crashed and everything.
Yeah, it's up to you. Hold on, let me respawn first, just in case. Art, that works, yes. Sail the bomb!
It's Missile Meg!
Missile Meg? What?
From Super Mario Bros. Wonder. It's a really long bullet bill that you can ride on.
Oh, yeah. That's a question, though. Would Susie prefer to ride a rocket axe, or would she prefer to, Hold on. There's a way to get here. Or would she prefer riding a giant rocket bomb?
I don't think she would have any problems with the bomb. Whoops.
Ayah! It's still weird to be making those noises, but people said, hey, you should sound like Star Fox sometimes when you get, like, stuff. I was like, okay.
All I hear is Jackie Chan's grandfather.
Oh, from that weird, like, cartoon?
Yes.
Ayah! And, what's his name? Uncle Roger does it too. Ayah! Ooh! More Rush Jet.
Woo!
No! I'm trying to grab everything. Doesn't matter. Eddie!
Hello, Eddie.
Thanks.
Whee!
This is the boss where the like dash thing glitched out. Because he is weak. The only thing he's weak to is this.
This is break dash.
But if you do it, let's see if I can replicate it. Let's see. There it goes! You could definitely replicate it. I don't think it's supposed to work that way. It's actually probably just as weak to the Mega Buster, so whatever.
Whoops! Yep, that happened.
That's kind of funny, but if it happens at a stage where there's like nothing like that, you just endlessly keep break dashing, and you have to restart. Which is amusing, but I don't think intended.
Victory!
Well, Amatsu's not watching right now, but yep, you could replicate the glitch for sure.
Voltman!
Mysteriously appearing on bargain bins.
Yeah. Is he just supposed to be trained? Training grounds for military robots. Why are there so many Dr. Wily symbols? I don't think this level is being honest with me. Silly commentary aside, the first thing to really say about this level is that it's very focused on combat, with the occasional bout of platforming to avoid spikes. It's not a bad thing by itself. There have been pure combat levels in Mega Man before. They've managed to work reasonably well. Plus, I do have to give some credit to the enemy variety. You don't see GSQs and Parasius together that often. Parachutes. I don't know. Parachute. And the fact that Hell Metal DX wasn't a pain in the rear this go-around is something I commend. Unfortunately, there's a reason why Mega Man rarely has levels that have a few more gimmicks in the toy box. Mega Man levels, by and large, carve their identities toward distinct aesthetics and unique gameplay. That is not present here. It's just enemies and spikes, nothing else. This level doesn't have enough going on to be memorable. Most of it just runs together into a mesh of nothing. It's not unfair or even truly all that difficult. The worst thing I can say is that the number of checkpoints compared to spikes is too harsh for my liking. Otherwise, the main issue about it is it's really hard to remember much of anything about it. Definitely not the worst thing I've ever played, but it needs work for sure. For a place that's meant to be a military-grade obstacle course, this ended up being very easy and quite boring. There's not too much to talk about here other than the sheer lack of gimmicks and the mostly basic level structure. While the enemies are introduced and laid out well and some of the platforming around is decent, it's not enough to really make the level feel engaging as a whole.
Somebody help me up.
Oh no. Kitties! It really, really could have used some gimmicks to make things more interesting. As it is now, there's very little in this stage that actually sticks out. The only really notable segment I can think of in this level is the first token room, and that's mainly due to it being the one part that's...
Here's a question. Can you actually, like, scroll down these things with, like, the arrow keys?
Actually somewhat difficult. I probably could if I had keyboard permissions.
Oh. But then again, actually, keyboard permissions probably isn't the best idea, considering if you ever move anything else off, but I don't know. Unless you're not gonna, like, type or do anything else in the meantime.
I usually don't do that.
I don't know how to get...
Thanks to the tight jumps and spikes everywhere. It should be in, like, the main parsec window. You right-click my... Like, along the bottom, you should see my machine. You just right-click it, I think.
It's there. Let's see if it works.
Okay. Nope.
Oh! I guess there's no way for the second player to control any of this.
Other than maybe... The weird thing is, my keyboard input should be recognized as your keyboard.
Really?
Other than maybe the odd banning of certain weapons there. Maybe it's because the game was turned on before keyboard stuff.
Maybe?
Other than maybe the odd banning of certain weapons here. I don't really understand the decision behind disabling Spark Chaser, Tornado Blow, and Magnet Beam for this level. Maybe the tokens that require you to reuse Rush Jet would have been easier with them. Even then, I don't think that would have hurt the level as a whole, and you'd still be using a roughly similar method for attaining the tokens either way.
Lakota! Come here, I need help. Can you help me get up? You still... Yeah, you can't move me. Come here! I need help to get out of my chair! My back won't let me up.
No. Mr. Coots!
My cane is out of reach!
Oh no.
Come here, buddy! Mr. Coots, I need help! Come on. Don't run away, no, come here! Darn it, ever since he almost died from that mysterious dog disease, he's been avoiding me. It makes me sad. I wish there was a way... It's because he's a wolf. They react that way when they get punished hard, and that's why you never do that, and... He doesn't understand what happened. Alright, let's see if I can get Mishka here. You can read down to the thing, I guess, if you need to.
Sure, I
Mishka,
guess.
can you
Move your legs, soldier! It's a fine, short little level. It's not too difficult. And it plays nicely for the most part. Though it feels like the level gets progressively easier the further you go, somewhat. The amount of tricky jumps and death pits toward the end is fewer than the beginning portions. It also seems like it's much less populated. It's most noticeable with the token side paths. You okay? Oh, he got up. Okay.
I'll scroll down a little bit. I'm gonna grab some aspirin.
It's most noticeable with the token side pass. The first token have you navigate through a bunch of spiking maneuvers, while the last token you only need to rush jet through 2 spikes that are fairly out the way. Props for proper enemy introductions.
Oh, I'm still getting my medicine here. Oh, that's how I want it.
I like the screen where, when you enter, there are 2 parachuting enemies swooping down where you have to lure away the lob shot from the cannon. Not sure what's the deal with the empty corridors before the boss. It doesn't seem like they're there for building up tension. Also, the aesthetics don't exactly match with what the title's implying. It's merely mixing the Wily stage tile set and with a few Stone Man tiles here and there. Train grind for Wily's robots, I guess. Flash in the Dark doesn't exactly scream military either. Maybe could have borrowed some assets from Commando Man. The Metal Daddy fight at the end, while a somewhat unique choice for a boss, the changes to... Hi. The changes to...
Darn it! Sensitive analog stick.
The changes to the arena doesn't really change the dynamics from the original fight in Mega Man 4. The ceiling spikes are non-relevant, and the pits at the side are too narrow to make an impact, unless you use Break Dash. One of the keys to a good level is having at least one element that's truly memorable. By the time I played every entry for this contest and started replaying them all, I had no recollection whatsoever of this level. It's not to say the level was bad, rather, it lacks a necessary punch. The aesthetics look fine enough, but don't really tell a clear story. Music and tiles from Mega Man 9 Wily 1 and comparatively over-detailed Stone Man tiles, vaguely resembling the rocks from Mega Man 9 Wily 1 equals level that feels like Mega Man 9 Wily 1. Initially, I got no sense of military or training, only a modest metal theme with Wily logos out the wazoo. In retrospect, I can see paratroopers, tanks, and soldier helmets, but why ignore the militaristic dev kit assets from Mega Man 5 and 10? I'm also unsure what the architectural goals of the level are, especially with all the boss gates and empty screens. In terms of challenges, everything is fair and introduced well, yet the difficulty and complexity never increase beyond the initial learning curve. Enemy use is safe and unremarkable. Distant checkpoints and unevenly distributed health and weapon refills account for a lot of difficulty. Things start getting interesting when spikes are involved. The first token is genuinely good, and the simple addition of 2 floor spikes to the boss fight is an invigorating twist. Metals in the first mini-boss fight can enjoy fall through a destructible floor to their doom, and players can join them later when mistaking a bottomless pit for a screen transition. I don't know if it was entirely necessary to disable any weapons, but it's fun to figure out how to enter the E-Tank room, which totally should have had a token. Hopefully no one will get stuck in there with low weapon energy or notice how the screen continues scrolling beyond the wall. This level doesn't do anything particularly egregiously wrong or right. It's a run-of-the-mill, rather mediocre, unpolished, and fairly generic stage. What I could otherwise say here, I've said elsewhere, but that is to be expected, because this rather looks like a first attempt at Mega Man stage creation. Let's get something straight here. I'm not here to mock or be mean or cruel. I'm just a mud who's been somewhat obsessed with this franchise for many years. But here, I'm going to identify and address a recurring issue throughout this contest. People using Wily stages as reference. This is, in my opinion, a mistake. Probably because they're generic laboratory, anything fits in them, and so a stage resembling the NES Wily levels is easy. The truth is, these stages are often made at the end of development, and most of the effort went to making spectacle bosses. The stages? Oftentimes, the developers are starting to run out of money, time, or cartridge space, or with Mega Man 2, all 3. There are exceptions, but interviews have mentioned this to be pretty much the case across the series. While referencing Robot Master stages is a much better idea, avoid the earliest games. Still good games, but showing their age now. Mega Man 2 was developed in the dev's spare time, as Capcom the Fools had no faith in it. It's good for such an early NES game, but it shows the growing pains in developers fighting against the NES's limitations rather than mastering them. Inafune described Mega Man 3's development as particularly turbulent, and the game was basically released rushed and unfinished. They even lost all of Top Man's stage to a computer crash and had to quickly make a new one. Later games refined the formula, and part of the reason this franchise has kept going is continuing to try out new things and levels. For the record, if this is a first effort, the fact that it's basically just an unpolished Wily stage shows promise. My personal recommendation is to explore the franchise and, by extension, the dev kit. There's a reason we remember the Robot Masters and their stages.
Ouch, they're spitting it. Why? Mega Man 2 I still think is the best, though. Whatever. Mega Man 2 and 3 are often considered the best ones. Why are... I don't think the later Mega Man games really hold up to 2 and 3, but there's some of them are still good. 4 and 5 are good. 6 wasn't really made by Capcom. 6 was made by like Nintendo, I think.
My favorite is 10.
11 was good. 8 was good. I don't really remember 9 and 10 too much, other than driving myself insane getting the perfect achievements. This is an outrage! Can you believe I've been locked up in here? Apparently my waterfalls and bubbles were broken and hazardous to public health. Some nerve they have. Oh, I'll get my revenge someday. I can see it now. I'll sue them. Venus v. Mega City, a landmark case. And then somebody will say, hold it, and you're dead.
Teetering Over the Edge by Kuna Sachiaka. What?
Mikey Mousecapade music? No! 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 Why is there Mickey Mousecapade music? Well, there's nothing else in this level to get other than going through it, I guess. What?
Okay, yeah, why is that as background? That's dumb.
Ah!
Okay.
2 players with that just absolutely made it. We could probably speed through it, but we need perfect
Yes,
timing.
Go, 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 go!
Hold on. Ah, no! Okay, we need. Hey, you pull out the laser Maybe that'll take care of this thing.
That was fun. Oh no.
Ah! Well, this is poorly freaking. The level was boring up until now. Now it's just like. Ah!
Whee! You can just stand on it, apparently.
That is an awful enemy to have in here. Mickey Mousecapade music isn't certainly a choice. Oh. I gotta. This level is like turning into crap the second we hit this point. This is like... Oh. Well.
I tried.
Yeah, we don't even need to jump, yeah. I didn't mean like that. You need to jump for that part. Hold on. We the people are behaving if What?
Huh?
What? What? Okay. Why the Mickey Mousecapades music anyways, I wonder. Thank you, lag! This section is not good, wow. Well... What? Okay, that was at least amusing.
Enemy spray.
Oh, well, that seems kind of bad to have it so if you're on the wrong side, you just fail. Who are we fighting?
Gyro Man!
Nick, is there some reason we need to use Mickey Mousecapade's music? I don't understand. I don't even care about taking damage, I just want to kill him. Why Mickey Mousecapade's music? Are you trying to incite trauma? Wow, Shinryu really didn't like that.
This level gave me a very odd first impression. No idea what to make of that music. Anyway, at first this seems normal. If anything, it's really dull, focusing its efforts exclusively on simple enemy challenges, most of which can be annihilated with the Buster and good aim. It can also be the only part of the level you actually play if you end up finding the hidden teleporter, which I'm not sure how I feel about that. After the checkpoint, we have the most precarious teeter-totters into all mankind attached to railings that look like they should be solid. The seesaw section is the most involved part of the level, and it's also really easy to mess up and die on the tiny platforms. There's a reason why Blade Man preferred spikes under his seesaws, and it wasn't just because they were pointy. And after that, the level just ends. Kind of a neat concept, but this was a bare bones in a lot of ways. Credit to Skullmit for being an effective turret, at least. And Giant Lyric for this year, what the fuzzy barbecue factor? That was pretty silly. Otherwise, though, this was just there, which I guess is better than making when I want to punch something. This felt like less of a full stage and more like a small showcase of the Blade Man seesaws, which didn't even do that much for that matter. There's only one semi-interesting thing about this stage, and even then, this is a bit of a stretch to call it such. The enemies are positioned to land on the seesaw as they ride it. That on its own could have been worth exploring for a level theme. Maybe even have the enemies trigger the seesaw platform for that matter. It doesn't really work here though, given their only real purpose is to knock you into the pit below. Beyond that, I honestly don't know what else to talk about with the stage, given just how unfinished it feels. The Giant Lyric out of nowhere is kind of funny, and the seesaw rails look like solid ground.
Did to me too, Shinryu. Did to me too.
It certainly threw me off at first, so there's that, I guess. Sorry, I've got nothing else for this one. This is just a very empty feeling level all around. Safety rails not included.
Is the lag really that bad off of reading my thing that you can read that far ahead when I move?
This level...
Are you reading off my stream?
I'm reading off Parsec.
What the
This level
heck?
has a certain cute charm to it, probably because of the whimsical music and the simplistic level design. The beginning half of the stage is rather lackluster, but still serves as a fine way to introduce the enemies to be used throughout the stage. That being said, the whole teeter gimmick could have been handled better. Need a less confusing texture for the intangible rails for one thing. Also less reliant on being hit once and knocked all the way into the death pit kind of challenges. Nice giant pixely lyric at the end there, that was weird. Gyro Man is an appropriate boss for a stage being somewhat sky-themed. Overall, not very much going on with this one. Between the cheery music, plain graphics, and simple challenges, my first thought was kid-friendly.
Does nobody know Mickey Mousecapades? I have a feeling Miss Wolf might know.
Enemies are introduced and reintroduced at a steady pace, and the main gimmick kicks in once everything else is suitably familiar. Granted, the opening stretch is dull even for a safe introduction. More varied architecture is warranted. The first Skullmits and Curlingers need a little more space to safely and completely communicate how they operate, and the first Seesaw track is unforgiving. Still, there are well-timed power-ups to help the player through the first half, and the midpoint is right where it needs to be. The second half is tense, but fair, carefully balancing fast combat with careful platform. I would have added spikes below the first few platforms as a sort of safety net, a small refill toward the middle, and some deterrent to bypassing the whole thing with Rush Jet. The enormous lyric is a hoot, and the obligatory big hopper at the boss gate pairs nicely with the bottomless pit to the left. Add Gyro Man is intriguingly uneven floor to the mix, and you got a satisfying end to the level. The secret area is cute, but the construction needs major tidying, and the teleport is a bewildering surprise. The background desperately needs clouds or a color gradient or something. The seesaw rails are a good start, though they look solid and decidedly are not. Rip me. The foreground, however, is pretty neat. I appreciate the use of eye-catching architecture rather than fancy tiles to punch up the aesthetics.
It wasn't just me, everyone's getting caught in the seesaw.
All in all, this is a pretty decent level, except me. What it lacks in flair and polish, it makes up for in heart.
But I jumped down the pit before you...
So this level is playable. It starts to pick up a bit toward the end as you start to encounter falling seesaw platforms and curlingers, giving a legitimate and earned sense of danger at an otherwise fairly tame stage. After some consideration, I even like the large lyric, goofy as it is. But the stage just feels very sloppy overall. Many enemies have little thought to their placements, and many of them legitimately cannot hit you. Some of the jumps feel very haphazard, especially when getting off the Snake Man cloud platforms. Aesthetically, the pure blue background makes the stage feel so empty. At least the foreground is consistently tiled. But worst of all, what few novel challenges might be there get repeated and copy-pasted immediately afterwards. The stage is just dull, man. Gyro Man's new room doesn't add much to the fight, but it is appreciated. The haphazard layout works in the fight's benefit for increasing Gyro Man's threat level. Honestly, I think the music choice might be my least favorite about the level. It was so obnoxious that it further sapped any fun I could have had. I think I was grateful to see it was just over by the end of it. Repeated visits for getting the review score quickly led
Hey,
me to the
Spork,
mute
making me
button.
feel even older. How am I the only one that recognized the Mickey Mousecapade music? I was locked in here because apparently a teleportation accident. I don't think whoever runs this place realizes I can just teleport out. I can just leave my cell. I would book it, but I almost want to see how long it takes for them to realize a mistake. It's like trying to lock Pip up or Bastion. What is going on over there? House of Fun. That makes me immediately fear that level.
Welcome to the Rogues Ratcheter, a home away for home for ex-cons. I'd like to give those out of the jail system a second chance, serve with a fresh pint. After all, just because a robot was programmed for crime doesn't mean they can't break said programming. I myself was once part of a pretty nasty revolt, but I've cleaned up my act. A whole new wave has come crashing in. If I don't say that, people keep assuming I used to be an identity thief. Where did they get that impression?
I thought he was Airman. That's you. There we go. Shredder?
Hexagon boy over there wants me to turn over a new leaf, but this cramped, dingy pub is no place for a speedster.
That's Shredder, isn't it?
I don't know. That being said, does he do takeaways? I could always offer express delivery. Alright, so fast customers won't complain when drinks explode from being shaken up.
It's Shredder. That's... What is this thing? That's like Nightmare Roomba.
Hey, hey, hey! Why, this is my very namesake.
Namesake?
Well, you don't remember the greatest brand deal you ever signed? You're looking at none other than the Rock Car Model 8 GV Bastion!
What?
The pinnacle of an automobile technology, with IC chip-powered self-driving smart steering tilt controls. With all those cheated emissions tests behind me, I'm ready to finally come back in style, just like the Volkswagen Beetle. I can hear the jingle now. Now there's a mega city car, that's exactly what you've been looking for.
Bastion's gonna have to have a... I need to have a strong word, Dr. Light, about the use of my... I was gonna say, Bastion needs to have a word with somebody in Monsteropolis about that dude there. Last time
I'm a changed bot. Stop trying to rope me back into the life of crime. Come on, you used to be the world's greatest getaway driver. I'm just asking for one last job. I don't need any last blaze of glory. Why are you thinking of this when you're still on parole? This ball and chain makes me a dead ringer for that Foolie I locked in there. Foolie locked in there. He'll pin the whole thing on him. Good grief, I hope Puka Pucker doesn't have to put up with this sort of thing.
Puka Pucker is an awful name. Not Napalm Man.
You don't believe this. I imagine snagging all expenses paid vacation on a luxury cruise ship, right? Heard from a friend that they had a casino on board, so I buy a membership from this weird robot master, right? But I hop on board and there's no casino in sight. What's up with that? So now I got this stupid membership and nothing to use it on. It's a nice one too, pretty shiny. Do you want it? Part with it for, say, 500 bolts? Yes, I knew someone would agree.
Is that a reference to
the
the
membership?
Make a good Mario level thing?
There was a casino on that ship, but I don't know. Thanks for this. Hopefully more of your casino.
Sounds like a reference to that game.
Dojo, casino, it's all in the mind. What the heck, Floof?
Sylvie, don't break my sous vide thing.
Oh, sweetie.
Sylvie, you okay? Can you try to sleep in there? Don't. There. I got you. You're okay. You're okay. There you go. Well, the thing wasn't tilting up enough, but maybe you saw a cat randomly falling out of the background on top of a giant frickin' plastic thing, which is for my sous vide. She tried to lay on top of it and apparently tipped it over and fell down. Hopefully didn't break it.
Oh no.
That thing is like $80, so I hope she didn't break it.
Woo! Ladies and Lord, our Rest Drinks Fireball cocktail isn't quite doing it for me today. Woo! Another drink, bartender! As you can see, I am not looking forward to driving my own back home after this bender. Especially if I end up having to borrow that car over there.
Oh,
What are you staring at?
Oh,
Prototype robots take gigs all the time.
I think I know who you're a prototype of. Any chance of bitter in that mug?
Don't be a smart aleck. I'm happy for Windman's success.
What?
Buenas noches. I have a tale to tell worth your while. A tale of the bandit farmer who terrorized poor dear Mexico. Mexico! Give me a drink. I'm parched. An N-tank will quench things nicely. We don't have one! Come on, pal. Isn't this worth a drink? We'd better go find an N-tank. Sorry, force a habit.
Wait, all the devils I face, I don't think I've ever seen you before.
You wouldn't have. Dr. Wiley did build me for one of his harebrained world domination schemes. But I just said no. I got up and left. What was he gonna do? Call the police? It's not like there's a law or anything saying I have to do what he says. This bar isn't for talking about long pasts. I now work at a theme park. I split off the blobs in my body and shaped them into toys or pets to give out as prizes. It's a great job. Wouldn't trade for anything in the world.
Okay, Tanuki Lunis, you have definitely employed some weird people.
Made the back half of my body a ghastly sight, though. You do not want to know. Alright, let's go to, whatever it was in Tier 0 and do this level.
Can we just buy one?
Oh, yep. Oh, wow, it's only 40 bolts? Okay. Here, I thought these were rare.
I kind of want to make Susie's sliding sprite like her sliding with her axe out in front almost, but...
Huh.
Whoa! This must be another dev level. What the heck? Why is there a random tank in the Wild West? Oh, it's a gun! I thought it was a nose!
Can you ride the bullets?
Yes.
Apparently so.
Oh, you can just stand on the end of the gun. Okay. This is pretty neat.
I wonder what the music is from.
Sounds custom.
Ah, monster! No, go away!
I was gonna say Bastion isn't a monster, but it's he was for a bit. Or still is in the RP, kind of. Ow, 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 ow.
I mean, if you saw a giant goo tiger head sliding at you, you'd be pretty scared too.
True.
Huh.
We just put all these giant guns around here. It's the NRA town.
But the NRA is American.
So is the Wild West! I mean, there's no other Wild West. Well, Australia and Brazil kind of have like cowboys still, but... Is this like this was like similar to a level I was thinking of making before. Ow, ow, ow.
Nope.
That does a lot of damage. This game still makes me think it's not just the video games, but there's like a world or somewhere that Bastion is visiting with all the Mega Man people. It's just silly. It went through the ground. What? That wasn't on my spriting. That was just... Oh, it's a fall... It's like a jump through platform. Well, thank you.
Another untank.
That is a pretty rare drop from that. Oh, I see it. This is gonna be hard to do co-op wise, but ready? Ayah!
Yeah! Whoa!
Ow. Whoa! That was kind of scary for a second there. Oh my god. Hey, 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 get off of there. Stop that. Stop that. Hey, hey, that's my mechanic to ride. Stop that. You know what?
Nice. No, tell him I love her.
Ah! Whoa! That's a lot of damage.
Bonk.
Custom unlocked. Hey, a spark unlocked, I guess.
Relics of testing. We're almost there.
House of Fun. This,
Oh,
the
boy.
name of this and the amount of tokens fills me with dread. Oh no! Oh, are we gonna try this here? I
We'll try
got it.
once.
Ice.
Spin.
This enemy positioning is awful already. Uh-oh. Why?
Yeah, that is not.
That's
very good
just like-
combination.
You're just gonna get hit. Like, what? What?
Oh, jeez.
And we already missed the first token.
Wasn't that the first token?
No, the first token is red.
Okay. I thought that one was red.
No, it wasn't. It was blue.
Alright. Yashichi!
Do we even want to attempt this again or no?
No.
I said no! Screw off! I said no! Thank you.
Screech. Level's unforgiving platform means the tokens are just... It's just gonna die over and over in the same way in the same place. Now I got a heat rash. Snow's difficulty is very high. Those pendulum platforms don't mix well with mega beams, let me tell you. And the boss. Why'd I have to be fought on ice with 2 insta-kill spike pits? I've slipped there and broken one body part and another more times than I can count.
Why do people do this? Yeah, let's not... I mean, on my own playthrough, I'll see if I can get through it, like I always try to do, but... No. Well, we could buy the key now, but we should probably just get through the, Oh yeah, that's right.
Considering the general atmosphere, I think the name's meant to be ironic. Most of the design here falls into one of 2 camps, boring or frustrating. Boring applies mostly to enemies. They tend to just be in the way with no real effort to engage the player. This might work in the guts lift or hover sections, but you can just wait out the guts lift without issue. And the fire totems with the hover either plain cannot aim or they're annoyingly accurate. No middle ground. The frustrating camp is the pendulums and magma beams, and it's where I have significant issues. Pendulum platforms are okay by themselves, but combining them with magma beams as soon as the 3rd platform is pushing things. Pendulums are not that easy to control, and as a designer, you can't assume everyone has played Mega Man 9. There's no real opportunity to get used to the things before you're thrown into fire, and that will mean a lot of annoying death. Combined with a lack of utilities and some really annoying tokens, and this boils over into a problem. Lack of utilities warrants a special word of advice. Don't do this. A player with options for how to succeed is a happier player, and removing options, that flagrantly is antithetical to how Mega Man operates. Especially since for this level in particular, the most powerful utility for breaking it clean in 2 is still very much available. It was the only way I had the patience to get the tokens at all. Beyond that, this place just feels unpolished. The frustrating camp isn't the only place with a poor introduction. It isn't the only piece with poor introduction, just the most memorable, and the boring elements tend to be strewn about without much evidence of thought. I also take some issue with ice telegraphing. Painting girders blue and white doesn't automatically make them icy. It took a few girders for me to really catch on. They made the boss fight far more aggravating than necessary. Overall, I didn't have a fun time. This needed a lot more polish than what it got. There's some decent ideas here as far as enemy and gimmick combinations go, but when it comes to the execution, this level goes way overboard. Things don't start out too bad though. Some of the enemies and gimmicks have decent introductions, save for a few here and there. The slippery girders come to mind since it's pretty easy to miss out on their functionality the first time you see them. All was going well for the most part, at least until the magma lasers showed up. Mixing those lasers with the Jewel Man swings is a nice idea in theory, but its uses here definitely could have used more strength. Trying to sync up the swings with an opening into strictly timed lasers goes from tense and engaging to outright frustrating very quickly. This is especially so for the 2nd and 4th tokens, which quite frankly ask way too much of the player in terms of timing and precision. Funnily enough, the part after the first magma laser section isn't anywhere near as bad. It's a pretty small chase the platform segment, and while I'm admittedly not too much of a fan of those, it's still pretty tolerable compared to what came before. I can't really say the same for the final stretch of the stage though, which includes some really nasty enemy placement. The worst of these has to be the King the Tank on a swing toward the end. I don't know what's expected of the player here other than to jump on the swing and pierce it to death with Laser Trident, or sit back and use Spark Chaser, because any other method seems to end with taking an unavoidable hit or falling off. It strikes to me as a section that wants to be brutal simply for the sake of it, which is unfortunately how a majority of the stage plays out. Omelet! Fun house! But can it be trusted?
What?
Where's a house in it? And more importantly, where's the fun? The swinging platforms can be combined with a lot of pillars, can be really irritating at the timing rate. It doesn't help that Rush and Magnet Beam are disabled for whatever reason. A tip for level designers, please don't take away options from the player just because you want them to do the challenges legitimately. Especially when said challenge winds up being so precise and constrained. I had a lot of trouble locating the first token because it is hidden away in a room where there's no natural indication that you can scroll into it. Not approved. I like the joke with the Octo-Generator mini-boss where you can pretty much trivialize the fight with the shielded dudes that spawn because of bullet ricochet shenanigans. The rest of the level is fine, but the abundance of swinging platforms and lava shooters just kind of make the whole experience somewhat miserable. The final section is where it can be established that you can jump across the lava shooters, but that's not actually the right path to go on the final part of the session. So that was a bit awkward with the false guidance. The Grey Devil has a very wonky vulnerability window that's just not fun to fight against. So of course it's made worse here by adding damage spikes into the arena. Fun indeed. At least the music is actually fun and energetic. A nice rendition of the Super Meat Boy track. The colors could use a bit more saturation though. The choices of tile sets are fine otherwise. Instant death challenges involving both precision platforming and precision timing, spanning areas so wide that blind jumps and disorienting back and forth screen shifting are unavoidable, without any of the usual utilities to ease the difficulty when needed. On the first playthrough, this is one of the most unpleasant levels in the contest, making me distrust houses and fun. On second playthrough, knowing what I was in for, the difficulty was almost bearable, but levels should be designed to make beginners into experts, not to punish beginners for being beginners. The first stretch teases a halfway sensible learning curve, which promptly falls apart when the player begins bombarding the player with one-off enemies and advanced gimmick setups that leave no room for error. It's a half-minute wait if you miss your line-guided platform, and the timing in that section makes it especially clear that the level is intended to be played in a very specific way. The climax is a deadly surprise of count bombs and rising and falling platforms, which were only seen for half a screen half the level ago, leading into a thematically irrelevant boss fight. Lack of enjoyment aside, I don't see how this qualifies as a house of fun. I was expecting an amusement park vibe. Mirrors, bouncy floors, assets from Clownman's level, wacky architecture, whimsical decorations instead of functionally minimalist ones, carnival music instead of something that feels like I'm scaling a mountain, etc. I do like the checkpoint placement, the look of some of the backgrounds, the creativity of swinging platforms and magnet lasers, the trickiness of the token challenges, the fact that the spikes in the boss chamber blew up with the boss, and the opportunity to swing enemies off of platforms and into spike walls. Several good ideas here, but the execution makes me weep in agony. This ended up being a long one, I'm afraid. Okay, so House of Fun, eh? I can think of a few other F words that would better suit the stage, like fiddly, frustration, folly, maybe even heck. I suggest anyone playing, especially those that like to go and bust their own natural, bite the bullet and just use the weapons, because that is the only way it gets remotely close to its namesake. And honestly, if the fact the level requires that is communicated up front, I can get behind that, but frustratingly, it just isn't. I don't think that was even the level's intention, seeing how all the Russian magnet beam utilities got disabled. So anytime enemies show up, their entire shtick is to either drag out the length of time between a checkpoint and whatever pit Mega Man found himself thrown down, or be completely out of the way chucking projectiles as the player tries to awkwardly time themselves on a Jewel Man swings, paying attention to the magnet streams, only to get conked on the head the moment they jump, so Mega Man goes down yet another pit. If the actual Jewel Man and Magma Man challenges weren't this awkward, maybe, just maybe, the enemies would make feeling the player feel like a right Wazok. Because, oh boy, this combination of gimmicks is the first thing from fun I can think of. So, making use of the Jewel Man swings requires a fairly sizable attention from the player to use, right? It's not exactly the most basic of gimmick, and the player needs to keep track of the combined momentum and timing. The magma beams also require timing, right? You time away between them based on the visual cues and sound effects combined. In a source game, these are used on flat, often static screens, and were still a bit of a nuisance. Know what makes it really hard to keep track of either of those things? Being on a bloody swing that moves said magma beam generator off and on screen, thus blindsiding the player as they swing right into a beam that they can neither see or in some cases even hear coming. It's especially cute when you're between magma beams and on a swing. Very cute. Also cute is the first long corridor of this combination, ending on what has to be the tightest jump in the stage. Mega Man saw that particular pit many times as he just barely missed the jump onto the concrete platform. The tokens and even the end boss of the level are also a nuisance, but that's par for the course. The only thing that stops this becoming untenable is thanks to Tornado Blow and Ice Wall. You can help manage these difficult screens with the other weapons, getting rid of the worst of the enemies. The judges will, by the end of this, decide on whether or not stages get skipped. I'm a gnat's hair away from suggesting it, but it doesn't quite get there for me, but we'll see what everyone else decides. That said, as you may have guessed, I did not, in fact, have fun in this house.
Nobody did, apparently.
Yeah, I need water. It's Pete.
Standing dignity here. If I'm going to go through all this effort to commit a crime, it should at least be put in a full cell. Not a birdcage! This is utter embarrassment! As soon as he quit falling. Arcade Man Chaos Tower, CERN HQ remains. You know, I'm sorry if you're watching Shinryu, this isn't meant to be an insult, but every time I see the reviews, it's like, you are definitely the Simon Cowell of this contest, which is somebody that is sorely needed in contests, and I get a huge kick out of it. Okay, he's getting water. I should probably refill mine. Yeah, they were definitely needed. But he really is the Simon Cowell of this game. It's kind of great. Yeah, Patchy is definitely more forgiving, but you need kind of like the differences in judges to really refine the levels and all that. Plus, you don't want to dishearten people who have an actual like passion for trying to do this. You want to encourage people to do better. You don't want to be like Gordon. You want the guy watching Gordon Ramsay punch the salmon. You don't want to be the salmon Gordon Ramsay is punching, basically. Like, I'm judging the stages too, but that's just because, like, I'm freaking 40-something here, and I've been playing Mega Man since Mega Man 1. So, it's just... yeah. Well, I'm gonna refill my water too, while we're waiting. Is there a puppy? Can I get the puppy on screen? There she is! Husky cam on refill my water. You haven't eaten your food yet! Well, you can take you to the vet, puppy. I hope not. I don't need the money to take you to the vet right now. I'm still waiting on my last paychecks. But I'm sick and I can't go into my work, or what was my work, to get my last paycheck. So I can't take you. Although I think from what the vet says, she could be pregnant, which is not the greatest thing in the world. That can only come from Lakota, I hope. Let's see. Yeah, it has to be. It can only be Lakota. But she is being picky. Either that or she's sneaking out constantly and eating out of the litter box that she should not be doing. Or she's the one who's eating all my sweet potatoes that are sprouting in the garden. Because doggos love sweet potatoes. It can actually also be the neighbor, because the neighbor likes to... I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 neighbors that love giving the dogs treats. So... and then again, when I lived in New Orleans, my roommate's husky was also super picky like that. Alright, well, I got my refill. There she is. She didn't leave.
Hi.
What? What? What's up, Rufus? What's up, you doof? Ah! Oop! Don't flip into my lap. You are too big to be in my lap. No, you won't. There she is.
Arcane Man, Chaos Tower, CERN HQ remains.
Little husky. Little puppy.
We're out of dailies.
I'm trying to train her to help me get up out of bed. I trained Lakota, and he used to be really good about it, but ever since he almost died, he's been not very good about it. Which I can understand. Nobody, still, there's no notification of what that disease is. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
That is a lot of
right.
tokens for no reason.
Arcane Man, the Vanisher. A robot created by CERN Robotics Division and Quantum Physics Research Division led by Dr. Neutrinos T.H. Gray for the purpose of observing and collecting data of quantum physics behavior normally not understandable by humans' observation. One day he goes berserk for unknown reason and causes many people go into coma. Now they have taken over the CERN HQ and about to do something with the collider.
The most awful of fates, going into coma.
Someone have to stop him before it's too late.
Oh no. Well, we obviously don't have Grammar Man around here.
I just made this stage for fun. I hope that everyone can enjoy the stage to the fullest. Don't take the stage too seriously. We have exam tomorrow.
English second language, maybe?
I guess. Alright, I gotta dump this. This is not good.
What?
The drink I made with the leftover Baileys and Kahlua.
Oh, wait, what did you, why is it not good?
I ran out of, not Baileys, brandy and Kahlua. I ran out of Baileys.
Oh.
We don't have any milk either.
There's no milk? Really?
Yeah.
Hold on. Do you have any, like, pumpkin pie spice? And brown sugar?
Brown sugar, yeah.
Add some brown sugar. If you have any pumpkin pie spice or cinnamon, I'd add that to try to save it.
Okay.
It's stuff because you're basically drinking like a black coffee almost at that point, and that's what I've had to do to save it.
Alright, I'll try that. Alright, let's see here.
Before people are wondering, he is purring his butt off right now, so he is enjoying this. Rubs, my goodness. He really enjoyed that. What? This is the dad of the calico that's always on me. Giant kitty of doom. He once weighed over 30 pounds. He's under that right now, but... Oh, did I find a spot? Ooh, I found a spot. Rusty blood. You know, I have a bad fever. Giant cat of doom who is like 100 and... A cat's like default temperature is way hotter than ours is, so this is not helping, cat. Your daughter is like really tiny. Hold on, let me look this up while we're waiting. "102 degrees. He is a Chonkmeister. Actually, hold on. People on Surreal K9 stream cannot see him, so we will do this. Hold on. Here we go. And he is purring for this. He loves this. Like, hold on, let's see. There you go. Yoink. hopefully it
Okay.
works
That's
out.
a little better.
Yeah, when you have like a black coffee flavor, if you're not a fan of black coffee, it's kind of a thing.
Alright, so, yeah, let's go.
I put Rusty on stream for a little bit there, where you have a...
Rusty buddy!
Because he is here being a fat cat.
Hey, buddy.
Which is bad when I have a fever, considering cats are like 102 to 105. They are way hotter than like humans are. Oh! Really?
Wait, magnet beam icon?
Uh-oh. The hell?
You break dash through them, maybe.
I think we're supposed to use these from the previous screen.
Ah, okay.
Oh!
That's neat.
Magnet beam actually pulls him over. Okay, what the heck? Ah!
What? Okay, yeah, this is skip worthy. It's that guy.
I mean, a puzzle stage isn't necessarily a bad thing, but like... Eh? Okay, respawning Starman and is really annoying in this. Can you not?
Oh yeah, so speaking of bargain bin games, have you ever heard of the Pack Guy series or P Guy by Astral Entertainment?
No.
It's a really weird bootleg Pac-Man clone.
Hey, if this is CERN HQ, you think there's a help desk I could go to for directions, or at least a lost and found? Heard about losing my keys, the place is huge. Heard this level can take up to an hour. Oh no, another one? Stop doing this! This level
This level has confusing gimmicks, hard-hitting enemies, and lots of instant death. Word of advice, watch your step or you'll fall and see stars being flung at you. It hurts. Some of the tokens in this level are deemed unreasonably hard to find without a guide. Heck, there's one that's hard to find even with the casino upgrades. Scratching intensifies. I'm not going back in there to show you where it is. That's why I have the room to the left.
Wow, that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
You are way too hot. I am overheating, dude. Rusty. I am not a cat. Bastion is the cat.
Arcane Man. What was that about? This level is so completely weird. I love his portrait there. This level is so completely weird to defy an explanation on my first playthrough, taking at least 2 or 3 runs before I could begin forming my opinion. While it's great for memorability, it's largely to the level's detriment. No Mega Man level should be this bewildering on the first run. Fortunately, beneath the omnipresent and chaotic aesthetic is a surprisingly playable level. There's assortment of enemies, including some from Mega Man 11, but only the shadowy clone holograms and Black Hole Joes really stick out significantly. The rest are basically just obstacles. The holograms, memorable in a good way, they make a fine obstacle during the star fields. The Black Hole Joes, The suction is much too strong and they have too many gotcha moments with force beams. Yeah. As for the gimmicks, they have solid concepts, but their execution is usually either excessive or confusing. The force beams are on the excessive end. The giant beam room is very repetitive for its sheer size, and the gotchas can be irritating. The starfield, meanwhile, is on the confusing end. Putting it bluntly, slightly fading the player is a horrible way to telegraph that the triangle...
You just spilled water all over me and you.
A horrible way to telegraph that the triangle and square solids have flipped, and which isn't solid, and that terrible tell ruins an otherwise effective room. Thankfully, the galaxy portals are plain great from start to finish, so the stage design ends on a high note. The boss fights are no less mixed. The Wily Cat is a welcome break after the Starfield, not to mention hilariously silly. The Hadron's got an excellent concept, but its arena is painfully cramped, and how to dodge a screen clear isn't exactly clear. Use the portals. But the real weak point is Arcane Man himself. His first phase could work, but his tells are too fast, and his grab's ability to insta-kill you is poorly conceived. His second phase is a struggle to control thanks to everything pulling you everywhere, making a rather chaotic jungle. And his final phase gets spammy with the shot-blocking black holes, even if it's really the easiest of the three. All in all, it leaves a bitter taste going into the lore, though. But to end things on a high note, the token sections are quite good. 3 is one of the highlights, offering one of the only threatening Wall Blaster 2s I've ever met, and the only real complaints I have is it can be a little glitchy. And 1 can be a little glitchy, and 4 a smidge obtuse. But my highlight of this level has to be Ether Man, as he's a far better boss than his minion. Yes, he hits hard and has several health bars, but you have respawning tanks, lots of dodge room, and his telegraphs for the most part can be recognized from anywhere. He's still a bit rough around the edges, particularly the arrow portal in his half-health phases, but ultimately, I had fun with this fight. I just wish the dialogue wasn't so lengthy. Y'all are super lucky you have a cutscene skip, because we didn't get that in judging. Overall, I had more fun with this than I expected to. I can't say it's a very good level, too many spots that are rough around the edges, but it's an experience I'll soon forget, and even say I look on it fondly. This is a very awkward level to talk about. Not because of its design and functionality issues, although those certainly don't help. Rather, it's just because this is a level with tons of potential. There's some interesting concepts here that obviously had a lot of effort and creativity put into them, but are ultimately brought down hard by bad execution. Barring the rather odd visuals, things aren't too bad when you initially drop into the level. A few things like the movable blocks, laser generators, and the yellow star gems are introduced fairly well. Granted, the blocks are a little glitchy if they get too close to a screen transition. I had one situation where a block consistently zipped along the ground whenever I re-entered a screen, but other than that, everything was okay for those first few screens. Where things start to take a turn for the worse, though, is when you reach the colored block rooms. These are some of the most visually disorienting segments any Mega Man stage I've played. The only hint you get as to whether or not the square and triangle blocks are tangible is a slight fading effect on Mega Man sprites after entering the portal. The background being filled with constantly moving stars only adds to the visual overload. While I did eventually figure out how it works, it doesn't change the fact that this section has some incredibly bad conveyance, which makes it doubly frustrating for someone going in blind. The rest of the segments following these rooms are thankfully a lot more tolerable by comparison, but still have their fair share of issues. First, there's the Galaxy Portal segments. The Yoku variants of these are an interesting idea, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't have at least a bit of fun with the parts involving them. Can't say the same for the moving and rotating ones, however. Dealing with them felt more tedious than anything, mostly due to the strict timing and spacing involved, and ultimately getting set back a couple of steps multiple times in a row because of it. That aside, the only other part of the level that stuck out to me was a screen with a force beam in the center and a black hole Joe on the other side. You can very easily die the moment you enter this room because Joe will immediately start pulling you towards the force beam, which indicates either a lack of care or playtesting. This is a minor section. As minor of a section as this may be, it's still a pretty glaring issue. And then we have the bosses. The Tama mini boss certainly caught me off guard at first. I definitely wasn't expecting a serious Sam reference, but I can still appreciate it. That said, it still ended up being a pretty straightforward fight and probably the most enjoyable of the bosses this level has to offer. As for the second mini-boss, while its first phase is tolerable, the second phase left a bad impression right away when it suddenly dragged me into the center pit for an instant death. It also has a full-screen attack that's incredibly finicky to avoid, essentially forcing you to jump into the portals at the last possible moment before the attack goes off. After that, there's Arcane Man. Besides obscuring the screen in his second phase and being generally chaotic to fight, his battle goes from annoying to infuriating due to one thing, his grab move. Getting hit by Hidus locks all your weapons and it disables your ability to charge and slide. This is straight up awful to force on someone during a boss fight. It would be one thing if you could knock him out doing this, like Magnus Centipede from X2 for example, but to my knowledge there's no way to mitigate this other than to either get hit by the grab again, or just avoid it outright. All this is made even worse due to a bug that keeps your abilities locked if you die from this attack, which is likely given how much damage it does. By comparison, the optional boss is much more tolerable, strangely enough. He did glitch out on me at one point when one of his Arcane Man clones fell through the floor, and his fight is still a bit of a mess, mostly due to visual overload from way too many effects going off, but he was nowhere near as annoying to deal with than the main boss. I actually kind of had fun with him, to be honest. And to me, that's probably the most bittersweet note to end this level on, because I like I said before, there's unique ideas in here that could make for a fun and interesting level if they were more refined. To the level maker, if you ever do go back and make a more fine-tuned version of this stage, then please let me know, because I'd really like to see how that would turn out. Entry 007, Arcane Man Review. Sorry. A detailed document compiled by Analyzer and Magmammal Contestula. Dr. Fake Name O. Patchy. The following document details the afterthoughts after Dr. Patchy's exposure to the submission titled Arcane Man Chaos Tower CERN HQ Remains. Document start. Oh boy, this stage. First off, that's a mouthful of a stage name. Definitely grabs the attention. The tile sets are all over the place. It's a mixture of everything, and the theming doesn't seem to stay consistent. Backgrounds are also a huge mix and match, sometimes even deliberately made glitchy looking. That's why it's a Chaos Tower, I guess. Still, a messy presentation. There's just a lot to take in for every room in this stage, be it some strange visual effect, bizarre enemy designs, intuitive puzzle segments. As the sheer room size for these on its own is not absurd enough. More isn't always necessarily better. Some of these gimmicks are neat. I do like the Yoku Galaxy portals. Some not so much, like the abundance of a black hole gimmick that is present in so many places, as well as the phasing shape blocks, where some blocks are even intangible without much to tell graphics-wise that they behave differently. The mini-boss thing, the Simon Says looking thing, can be pretty mean. The black hole thing after you get rid of all 4 cores is just a rude thing for first-time fights. You can occasionally get stun-locked on the teleports if you happen to leave certain cores alive. There's also a strange bug with the special weapons sometimes being locked out after repeated attempts at Arcane Man. Arcane freaking man, let's see. Teleporting all around, being erratic as all heck, with fake-out telegraphs and reflecting your shots, disabling your weapons, even tossing you around the room like a ragdoll. Oh, and let's not forget a desperation attack where he becomes completely invulnerable. I'll create a wonderful disaster of a fight that takes absolutely zero account of the player's enjoyment. So, because that wasn't bad enough of a fight, let's have another. Now it's Ascended Arcane Man or something, I don't know. Multiple health bars because of course with a terrible palette, making it impossible to tell how much health is there exactly. Always airborne, more black hole attacks that home in on you, yet more desperation attacks with absolutely awful visual clutter. He's somehow a little more manageable because his attacks are more pattern-based compared to normal Arcane Man, but it's still not very fun of a fight. The story is just way too out there. It does not fit the Mega Man universe at all, especially not the classic era at least. Something about souls, death, and other morbid subjects too. See what I mean? How it generally doesn't fit the generally carefree and colorful nature that the classic series is known for? It fits Battle Network 4!
For some reason, yes.
The level was definitely a mess, a memorable experience for sure, but not one that I would want to come back to. Document end. Entry decoder version AN0001 terminated. Okay, I need to get some actual water.
Ow. There's no shortage of written reviews, video playthroughs, and social media discussions about how to make a good level for this contest. Contest rules are even linked to some of this wisdom. Yet this level repeats all the worst mistakes of Magma 1 and 2, to the point where I believe you if you told me this was a troll level poking fun at Magma 2's Yggdrasil. Oh god, that level! As seen especially in the hologram areas, the player is constantly bombarded with challenges that take too long to complete, too many new ideas at once, too many threats, too many different tile sets, and too much animation and or too much pressure to react instantly. With checkpoints and power-ups that are too far apart.
Alright, let's see here.
The screen count is already triple what it should be. These issues make the level feel even longer. Everything about this level is too much! That also goes for the difficulty. The mini boss is hard to dodge. The main boss is outrageously overpaced and unforgiving, and I never want to fight him again. The optional boss at least has an awesome visual effect of sucking up the background. And the power-up cache beforehand is a merciful consideration, but the fight is exhausting. I can commend the inclusion of official Capcom enemies not represented in the dev kit, and the creativity of using magnet beam or point-blank charge shot to pull crates. I can celebrate the genuinely fun teleporter challenges and the programming skill necessary to create such complex and mostly glitch-free bosses. But I ignore how they clash with each other. I can appreciate the rampant, ridiculous humor and the deep, albeit typo-ridden lore. There are moments where I can almost set aside my fatigue and frustration enough to start enjoying the experience, but they are merely moments, and not enough to save the level from the pitfalls we urge everyone to avoid.
I bet you were expecting a meme here, perhaps. Maybe that one with Chris, I'm too afraid to ask Pratt. Maybe some abomination of Dav looking like that weird chunkster priest saying, why though? And an infamous painting by Fernando Botero. Oh no, I have things to say. And no, this is not going to be a long rant, aka Magma 2's Yggdrasil. The full well what first impressions of this stage were like. This is Magma 3's Yggdrasil, people may cry. Well, maybe, in a way, yeah. The stage is a confusing ball of surreal insanity. It's weird.
It is weird that Magma 3 has more Yes, Rusty, exactly. More Yggdrasil-style stages than the previous games. Like, why?
It's weird. It's rather ugly. It's both fatuous and pretentious at the same time. And it arbitrarily throws not one, but two super bosses with obnoxious special effects and things straight out of a Windows 98 screenshot. It feels like it's an utter mess. And it is. Let's not sell that short. It's a total burning heap of a stage, but a heap of what? Underneath that mess, the poor first impression beneath the cover is a stage that honestly kind of works. There's a very consistent internal logic to what the stage does with its gimmicks. The moment what the stage is trying to do starts to click, so does the rest of the level. It doesn't throw curveballs of mechanics, it just builds upon what's been set, and it never really breaks its internal rules. Even the most obnoxious and potentially confusing identities in the stage are in fact fairly basic interactions, just applying changes to Mega Man's movement. Things you can deal with when you're prepared. So what is the deal here? What is this stage? Well, to be truthful, in terms of mechanics and stage design, I like this. Yes, actually, I like the challenges here. Some of the puzzles require your thinking head on, while others require you to pay attention to the weird surroundings, because sometimes, just sometimes, there's something out of place. What the stage ultimately utterly fails at is conveyance. To say it doesn't teach its mechanics well is an understatement. The player's left flailing badly as they try to pick up what the bleeding hell the stage is trying to ask of them. Do you use special weapons to deal with the force beams? You can shoot the generators? The ones that look like background objects? Just what the hell is the deal with those reskinned Galaxy and teleporters and their shapes? Some changes in the aesthetics here and there. Force beam generators are at the player's height to teach that mechanic. The galaxies that change the solidity of the block shapes, showing a much clearer indication of which ones are currently active. The lack of teaching applies to the two bosses, although I feel a lesser extent to the super boss. There's a unique instant death mechanic to Arcane Man where he drains your life force. The tell that something is happening here is far too subtle. I think that's the key thing. Your enjoyment here will come down to how frustrating the learning process is. Once the stage makes sense, it makes sense. There's nothing really all that frustrating about it, but it's just so many things bungled in teaching that I think the stage will struggle for it. Of the two bosses, I didn't find Arcane Man himself much fun. Tries to pull off all these cool moves, but ends up feeling really clunky to fight. through the constant shifting of the player to instant kill moves, arbitrary blocking of the player's shots at unintuitive times. Not a fan. That said, Ether Man, clearly trying to be a mega hard super boss, is a more enjoyable fight. I think this is the one time where teaching elements actually land. Here, have 4 energy tanks. This boss is supposed to hit hard, play hard, use everything against it. It's also got a generally more recognizable pattern and easier tells. Outside the ether barrier being a bit hard to spot, it's a manic battle. It's a bit out there for usual Mega Man, but ultimately I came away positive. For the record, at this point, I don't really dislike Yggdrasil that much anymore either, but Arcane Man is the superior stage by quite a lot.
Oh no.
Radiant Man!
Like the volunteer, from time to time, the change of pace to stay on guard at weird hours in the morning. I turn the clock as we wake up at 2 a.m. and I get to see the sunrise every morning. It's great. What's less great is that the inmates here don't really appreciate my 4 a.m. wake-up songs. I wonder why. Uh-oh.
Another skip gate!
Uh-oh. There's a reason why this is a jail, I guess.
Radium Joe! Finger for your mouth and lawful. I kinda dig this.
No, my health.
Ow.
Met with the top dude, which is not a good combination. Up.
Yeah, you get that. Oh, this looks, Oh, jeez. I didn't think that would fall. I'm dead.
That is some awful conveyance of what's going on. It just immediately, like, fills the screen, like, Like, shouldn't there be an introduction to that first, other than just, hey, your screen is filled and you're dead? Ow. Ow!
What happened there?
It's just poorly designed. What the hell is going on here? I can't even jump! This is awful! Why would you do this? That mini-boss is immediately frickin' garbage. Wow! How are you supposed to get through that? You can't dodge the ball and dodge the... Why?
Oh yeah, new guy. The judges decided this level was difficult enough to warrant a skip, partly because so much was janky and messy. You probably shouldn't get so close to me, though. I've had so much radioactive waste falling at me that I can't even feel pain anymore. Multi-Man! Glitchy behavior is present across the level, but the Crusher section near the end is particularly prone to it. I'd say to exercise caution, but if you aren't already doing that near industrial grade presses, there's no hope for you.
Just that mini-boss alone, it makes it so you can't really dodge the attacks, and it's just... What? Why? Why do people do this?
Looking at this level, 2 words come to mind. Unfocused and unpolished. I can see a potential for an interesting concept buried in here, as it has a lot of the ingredients necessary to make something fun and unique. However, it's a bit like an early baker's everything bagel. It has a little too much everything to really shine. Specifically, this uses 5 to 10 different gimmicks and over 20 different enemy types. That's far too many one level. And it leads to a ton of redundant concepts and one-use enemies. More prominently, it results in a lot of untapped potential, which is a shame, as some of these could be really good. My best example of untapped potential is the rising nuclear water. It only shows up in one room, and that one room is long, unimpressive, and has incredibly awkward design that can kill you easily. It could have been used for something like a chase sequence, especially with the astral walls, or it could rise and fall at a rhythm as you traverse a series of platforms at different heights. These are just a small collection of possibilities, but there's a lot you can do with just a small selection of gimmicks. Personally, I'd avoid dropping the main gimmicks down to just the radiation liquids, drops and pools both, the astral walls, the nuclear canisters, and that one cool set piece with the shrink ray. Then bring the enemy types from 20 plus to around 6. I would put this in more in line with the standard Mega Man level, and I think it would create a much better result. I also changed the mini-boss into something less nonsensical, and toned down Radiant Man's rod attack so it doesn't persist for several seconds for no reason. With those changes in place, I think this level will be a lot more fun to play. While this theming is certainly on point, I can't exactly praise this level for much else. Simply put, the stage is all over the place, especially when it comes to the gimmicks. Each one has its own dedicated section, with different battle gear on its own. The problem is that once a section is done with, the previous gimmick is dropped completely in favor of a new one, never to be seen again, and so on. The waterfall and battle segment is easily the best part of the level, to the point where I wish there was more of a focus on them. On the far opposite side, however, you have the moving pillar and spike segment. Aside from the frequent glitches that can cause you to phase through the pillars, the placement with the swallow in at the end is what ruins it. You already have a rather tight and demanding section with instant death as a punishment for failing. The last thing it needs is an awkwardly placed enemy that can easily blindside the player. All this is topped off with a boss that could have been fun if not for one major flaw. The lingering effects from the rods he tosses out will last way too long. It's strange considering the custom Picket Men enemies in the stage have a similar attack, but the resulting explosion effects don't last anywhere near as long as Radiant Man's. I've had fights with him where he's encoded the entire floor into his radiation blast and makes it virtually impossible to avoid taking damage. One of those fights ended with the energy element landing on one of those lingering blasts, which forced me to wait for several seconds before it disappeared, since one more hit would have killed me. If that isn't a sign that the boss and his stage for that matter could have used more playtesting, I don't know what is. Holy moly, enemy spammy! There's so much stuff being flinged into your face for just the first few screens, it's not even funny. Multiple enemies clutter to ambush you at every half screen, together with new gimmicks introduced in this chaotic environment. With no chance for the player to be given breathing room, resulting in deaths that feel really unfair to the player. The stage in general is just super unfocused and features so many enemies that starts to knock you around like a beanbag, pummeled into acid pools, death pits, crushers, what have you. It doesn't look like the stage calms down for asking for insane maneuvers out of the player later on either. Difficulty curve is non-existent, it's all high all the time. The stage also suffers from slowdown with so many of the oil drum objects being spawned in that one screen. Music choice really matters. Picking a song that isn't intended for long hearing being put into a full-length stage gets really irritating and demotivating to continue playing after a while. Radiant Man, I guess his sprite looks decent. His fight consists of area denial with his lingering toxins, and you can manipulate where he throws them in a way, but I don't think you can really stop him from covering a whole arena, which could lead to catastrophic results. I wish I could write a more glowing review, but I gotta discuss some massive critical issues. Rising acid and slime is unforgiving. I wish the acid and slime drops disappear upon hitting the surface of the liquid below. I glitched a couple of gimmicks and I found 3 different ways for players to mess up the level flow after Proto Man appears. I should address the elephant in the room. The mini-boss drops the ball in every way. Based on the power-ups strewn everywhere, I can only assume you're aware of how difficult the level is. Too many objects that are in too small a space, which hurts the learning curve, puts a damper on a no-damage buster-only run, and clutters the visuals. The cooling rod area is an improvement, but is still too difficult for the combination of constant precision and omnipresent instant death. Only the thoroughly charming Micro Don't feel properly balanced for a Mega Man level. And it's a shame the easiest part is at the end. Concluding the level is a mostly solid boss fight with, well, he looks like he's from The Simpsons, which I guess is appropriate. Radiant Man's pattern is just right, though the explosions linger longer than necessary. The bombs can be tricked to spawn in the ceiling if you jump high enough, and neither hazard disappears when he dies. I'm a big fan of how the boss chamber looks. Here and elsewhere, it's neat to see such a creative application of death kit tiles. Even with a few color schemes that don't take work for me. The aesthetics overall do a good job of creating a sense of place. Theming is a strong point, despite the level having a memory of a three-eyed goldfish when it comes to what the enemy roster is. The core challenges of each section are creative and make total sense with the premise. So this level can't decide if it wants to be a decent level or a horrible level, and is split between its first and second halves. It does not get off to a very good first impression. With constant bombardments of enemies that do not mix, and new concepts thrown at the player in completely dangerous situations. This is one of those places where lack of safety prevents any sort of game plan on the part of the player and results in the player damage boosting in order to get through. When on the hovers, there is very little room for dodging enemies and projectiles in a heavily timed situation.
Unfortunately, this like brand of party mix chicharrones followed the frickin' Takis level of spice, which is just put like 90% frickin' flavoring on it instead of like actual, like it's like you're like, I don't like Takis because it tastes like you're like downed an entire like if you bought like, hey, here's a whole thing of like chili lime that you bought for seasoning stuff and you just downed the entire thing of it, but hey. Alrighty. Did you already read some of this?
Alright, starting from the bottom. Oftentimes avoiding damage or even just survival requires clairvoyance, and in some cases it seems utterly impossible. Many of the elements in the first half of the level are counterintuitive. For example, getting through the rising acid room requires the player to wait an exorbitant amount of time before to even start moving. Otherwise, the result is the acid culling you to death. This room also does not offer any safe spots in places where it looks like there should be. Perhaps the acid should have started halfway up the room? The Palzo room is far too cramped for the mini-boss use. The enemy requires pretty precise movements, and the layout here makes things far too unreasonable to pull off. The second half is a lot better in terms of enemies and how reasonable challenges are, particularly with the battle platforming section.
Luna.
Some highlights were the waterfalls and the subatomic platforming room. One of the best qualities about the level was the perfect checkpoint placement, which meant it never got frustrating. Except for the shifting wall room, which harks back to the first room requiring clairvoyance and having nowhere safe to stand. I did not manage to avoid the swallowing at the end and had the damage boost to the section. Radiant Man himself cannot decide between the two halves of the level and can be immensely frustrating. One of his attacks comes with no warning and robs you of anywhere to move. On the other hand, if he uses the other two attacks, he dies fairly reasonably. Had this boss used AI rather than RNG, this would have been a much better fight. Aesthetically, this level looked fine, but the music was a horrendous choice. It was not written to be used in such a long level. Top Man 2, spin or go home. By Chicken Parm.
Okay, yeah. This chili lime party mix is just awful.
Chicken Parm.
It's like, what? I mean, I know how to make chicken parm from work, but I mean, I also know how to make chicken parm from my own.
Four tokens, huh? Another step!
If there's a reason this is jail. For sure.
Well, so far, yeah, this looks pretty Top Man to me.
The music is really quiet compared to the game. Why are there so many of these little things just spawning in? Stop that.
Because Top Man had them.
Doesn't mean it's good. It's spam.
Oh, hey, weapon tank. Going up. Wait. Oh, okay. Woo! What? Kitty! Yeah.
I guess we can't Buster Only it.
Gaga!
Okay. Why are there so many of these stupid things? Oh, we already missed the first, and we missed the second token.
Oh man. Okay.
We already missed tokens, what the heck?
What?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't even know where the first token could have been.
Whoops.
This is pretty bad already, jeez. Yeah, this is just bad.
Oops. Okay, yeah, it's skip time.
This has the feel of a Mario Maker level. Of just like a bad Mario Maker level.
Multi-Man's Mini number 424695. Motion sickness man just barely made it through this level, but he asked me to give you a warning. Parts of this level can be visually overwhelming, particularly toward the end. Specifically, intense background colors and swarms of moving, sometimes flashing platforms. If it comes too much for you, please pause and exit. You can always return here to skip the level. This level contains several glitches and janky behavior from the adversaries, including a mini-boss can escape this room. It's given a choice, and clearly it chose to go home. What's your choice? If you don't want to put up with an unstable level, go left. Spooter. Okay. Spooter! An attempt to make a bigger and better Top Man staging. Considering the original was a victim of rushed development and unfortunate circumstances, I can see the appeal, despite the risk to the creativity score. Did it work out? Kind of. The new Top Man platforms are the shining element. While they get a bit spammy sometimes, they also have a number of twists and turns that make them a lot more.
There's another, isn't this like, is that the third 1.03?
A number of twists and turns to make them a lot more interesting, namely ghosts and explosive tops. A personal highlight was the Super Giant Top, turning the spinning behavior into a combat obstacle, and Green Top Man was a fun fight. I do appreciate that it's relatively obvious which type of top is which. Yes, it's color coding, but I feel like this might actually work with color blindness. Flash will be a judge of that. Unfortunately, the rest of the level is awkward at best. The enemies here are either underused or dull, and there's a few one-to-one recreations of Top Man stage that really hurt the creativity score, as well as causing arbitrary rush coil usage, because of course Mega Man 3 has that. Beyond that, the level has a lot of broken animations, some very unclear ladders, and a few different places that outright struggle to function. New update, okay. In particular, the big Mecha Caro tends to teleport whenever it turns around. The Giant Top doesn't respawn properly. There's one spot where the camera can be headache-inducing with how it slides around, which has thankfully been fixed. Rough level design is one thing, but these broken and busted bits hurt the experience that much more. It can be difficult to appreciate a level when it feels like it's held together by duct tape and silly string. Given the choice, I'd honestly rather go home. And that's largely due to this level being plagued by a number of technical issues. There's minor things like certain background tiles flashing while the rest has no animation. Then there's more serious ones, such as one of the spawners for the top platform suddenly not working, along with the new mini-boss's sprites not being centered, causing it to snap to different positions when it turns to jump. Not to mention it fires at you before it even spawns in. The worst of these actually comes from the camera when it jerks to the side during a pretty crucial jump later in the level. All this really makes me question how much playtesting went into the stage before it was submitted. The level design only reinforces this question. Some of the earlier parts of the stage are pretty decent, albeit with some odd things here and there, like how you need utilities just to get past Tama's room. Things start to get messy once you reach the room with the second token, which, by the way, is an absolute pain to get. A lot of the rooms afterwards are either really cluttered or don't have much going on. The rising section in particular, while neat in concept, is oversaturated with enemies. The rest of the rooms aren't really that distinct enough to comment on, although there is one part I noticed that was ripped almost directly from Top Man's original stage, but reversed. On that note, Green Top Man is probably the most enjoyable part of the level. The larger projectiles and timings required to avoid and make for a fun twist on an otherwise vanilla boss. It would have been a pretty solid end to the stage if not for the room afterwards. I honestly thought the magma beam was required to reach the energy element at first until I realized those girders in the background were actually ladders. I wouldn't be as upset over this if there were some hints to this earlier in the level, but there's zero indication for it. Sadly, I ended up leaving this stage feeling quite annoyed. There's definitely some nice ideas here, such as variants of the top platforms and a Green Top Man boss fight, but they're bogged down by rough execution of the level design along with numerous technical issues. Too fast! Too spin harder! Oh, I do not like the bright red background at all. It's kind of hard to look at. Thankfully, the later part of the stage subdues it with a much more comforting night color. Also, more remix stages. Well, at least with this stage, it sticks to the theme and actually expands on the original concept. I like the variety of the different types of spinning top platforms, except the white one, which is kind of meh, only serves to screw you over in the random spawn chaos. Some of the tokens are annoyingly placed. The second token is, of course, hidden away in one of the random openings of the elevator section. Third token is annoyingly hidden away by a leap of faith screen transition, and it seems to be heavily RNG dependent. Because it makes one a white top on parts where you need a real platform. Doesn't help that all the tops seem to have very low spawn rate here. The middle part of the level feels like a huge difficulty spike compared to the rest of the stage, full of instant death hazards, with no checkpoints throughout either until the end of the giant elevator ride. There's also the room near the end where the camera kind of snaps around back and forth while you're platforming across, which can be a bit disorienting. Is go home still an option? Because this level is spun out of control. All the ideas are there for a great Top Man remix. Exploding and fake-out top platforms are super clever, and there's a sufficient color contrast for me to tell the non-flashing platforms apart. Although they look nicer with new graphics befitting their size, the humongous elevator and not so many Mecha Caro mini-balls are fun additions.
Can you not, Rusty?
Secretly climbable background architecture offers a lot of possibilities. But you also have Bicky, Bubukan, Cannon, Alekin, Hammerjoe, New Shotman, Parachute, top platforms, and multiple flavors of Sparkman platform. New elements are fine, but that's entire separate levels worth of assets on top of the other new things and everything that was in Top Man's original level. Unfocused and overwhelming are words that come to mind. Part of the problem is a lack of restraint in the number of objects on any given screen. The official games rarely require you to keep track of more than 3 or 4 different things at any one time. This level routinely throws double, if not triple, that amount at the player. It's not that the challenges are fundamentally bad. Again, the ideas are there. It's that most screens would benefit tremendously from the Thanos treatment. Several enemies have been given an unflattering makeover. Background lights are incorrectly animated, flashing platforms are too flashy. Backgrounds in general could use some polish, but I can tell that the thought and effort went into them. I count several architectural oversights. For example, soft lock potential after the cat fight, numerous awkward screen shifting in the area near the last token. It's easy to glitch the humongous elevator out of existence. The Mega Mecha needs a nearby checkpoint and more playtesting. Among other issues, it can jump through the floor and leave you stranded. Sorry I couldn't put a more positive spin on this one. Another stage that feels like it's about to fall apart at the seams. You got soft lock a few times here, including the giant resized mid-boss despawning due to having a gall of turning left while next to a wall. Oops. Or often a screen transition leads to unavoidable damage as you walk into an enemy, or on occasion a death pit. Yeah, stage design itself is a bit of a mess. And there's a severe lack of polish in general. Can Mega Man make it out the top of boss room without utilities? No, and it doesn't even look intentional. Gimmicks can get themselves despawned and leave the player up and quick without a paddle, since nothing stops them from flying off screen. And thankfully, you can spend a rather silly amount of time for the large top spawners to give you a valid platform rather than the gray one that has no collision, simply due to RNG. Checkpoint placement also seems arbitrary, with the stupidly large top platform room really feeling that it needs something before it, or otherwise there's a lot of instant death heavy levels, and a mini-boss to get back to it when something goes wrong. For what it's worth, I like the new variants on the dev kit gimmicks. One of them, the horizontal Sparkman platform, if I didn't know any better, you'd swear it was part of the dev kit. It's an obvious addition, and I assume it's going to get added in the next contest. But while I give the top spawners flack, I like the explosive variant. It's a cool change, and just a shame that bypassing most of the rooms using it comes down to sheer numbers of spawned objects rather than a more deliberate challenge. And whilst I mentioned an instant death heavy segment earlier, those 2 rooms leading to the mini-boss actually present an interesting challenge to bypass. Shame about the checkpoint. To briefly touch on the tokens, I think the first one is clever. Granted, the clue to where it resides is actually given much further into the stage than it needs to be, but that's fine with me. Since said token is also so early in the level that it takes mere seconds to go like on a revisit, I'll give token 1 a pass. The others, no, these are heavily bundled. I don't mind tokens that are sneaky, but there really are no such clues at our locations, and the one within an absurdly chunky giant top lift area is particularly egregious. The revamped Top Man certainly exists. I also applaud State is trying to do something new with the dev kit bosses, but the exploding top in this fight just throws a monkey wrench into it. When you learn how it works, you can reliably avoid it, but a total lack of visual tells on the tops here make it come down to sheer brute force trial and error, more so than a normal boss. If the boss had novelty, I wouldn't mind this trial and error aspect as much, but Top Man's base AI is kind of lacking. Not everyone's like me and is more willing to try and learn rather dull and lackluster bosses, when in this case, face-tanking the tops to avoid Top Man's contact damage is also a viable path to victory.
I heard that there was a gauntlet at the tournament with a western theme to it, so I got here as fast as I could. This is what my life has been leading up to. All these years of being so out of place, and finally be the cactus in a desert I've always dreamed of being!
Mexico's to your left.
Phase
on Mother Brain!
Oh, she's here.
Building a robot jail is always a tough job. You gotta make sure everything's reinforced. Personally, I just use my hammer as a benchmark. If it doesn't break after 5 hits, it's good enough for me. Tough job it may be, I always feel nice knowing I'm hoping to keep all this scum locked up. Maybe you think that's too harsh, but anyone that threatens the working man and woman is an enemy of mine.
Who is the boss? What? Oh no, what the? Movie theater?
Bucket Man!
Movie theater popcorn man! I don't know. I think I recognize him.
Oh, joys! Ah, thank you, finally! Sheesh, took it long enough.
I wasn't expecting him to be so...
Ahem. I've literally got a robot twittering in my ear. Speak up, boy.
I'm here for the tier rank.
Yes, obviously. Give the passcode first, and then we can get that over with.
Passcode? I didn't know I needed a passcode.
For the door, so I can get out after this. I'm really starting to need an oil change. I already sent Element Man to go talk to Sheriff Man, but here I still am. I only agreed to this arena for the flavor, but none of these buffoons gave me the passcode to get out.
Calm down, I can go ask Sheriff Man. You don't need to get mad over this. Wait, I didn't mean that as in...
They forgot me again? They all know I don't have a working teleporter! Fine, good, great, this is the last straw. You, help me in my 2 weeks notice! Because after this, I quit!
Oh,
Whoa.
that's interesting. Whoa!
Okay. This boss is so chaotic.
I mean,
Absolute
it makes
madman.
sense, I guess. Okay, then.
I am one of the mighty Hunter twins. I am here to wish you goodbye as you leap off this cliff. I will assure you that this drop-off is safe and necessary to the architecture. I hope you had a nice visit to our jailhouse. Please enjoy the rest of the tournament. Time to go to the casino! Dojo! Casino! It's all in the mind!
Oh yeah, have you seen... Watched the, I don't know if you've watched the Rui climbing animation. They just hop
It's
up the
cute.
ladder, yeah.
That's adorable.
We're getting the key then?
Yeah.
I mean,
Let's check it
you're the
out.
only one who can control this for some reason. This might be an Uber boss, so be ready for that.
Okay. Room unlocks.
Uh-oh.
Beyond this point is a secret catacomb where the secrets of the contest weapon data are buried. One may consider this place to contain spoilers for tiers that have not yet been fully explored. Should you wish to discover these 12 simulations naturally, you may leave and come back at any time. Or proceed and find optional one-way passage to the simulations where the data originated. When you're ready, pass through the gate into the crypt and claim the contest weapon data as your own.
Oh. Well, that was kind of a waste.
Wait, we still have the tokens.
No, we don't.
Oh.
Well, we need to go down, what is it? Not
Weakness
minimapper.
or mini-mapper?
No, right.
Level mapper?
No,
Oh,
level
compass. Okay. Alright, 17 more. That shouldn't be too hard.
Looks like Magic Man is wearing a Speedo.
Got the Zetai Yoiki going on there. What's in the place?
Okay.
So many plushies, so little time. I need to collect them all. Maybe if I do anything as a tournament as possible, I can find new precarious cuddlies.
Precarious.
Do you know anything about function keys, like pressing F2 to reset or holding escape to quit? Or like F3 and F4 for messing with screen size and full screen? Maybe F9 for a screenshot? Control Y to retry? Because I gotta write a term paper, and the only thing I know anything about is zapping people and being annoying.
Anybody new here?
This girl is new,
Boomer
isn't she?
Kawanger. No, she's not. She's been there. Why is there a giant Boomer Kawanger here? Can we talk to you, please?
I'm here to tell you about, let's see what this note says. Quick slide, quick item, quick weapon switch. Is someone mistake me for Quick Man? What do I have in common with that bozo? Yes, hold quick item for fast access to your inventory. Move in the direction of the item you want to use. Consumable items have dots around the icon to show how many you have left. We all end up with nothing eventually. Other equipment can be used over and over. One upgrade, the level compass, can reveal extra secrets this way. I can't... Oh. I can't actually use the tanks here, though. Alright.
There's more.
What the heck is this? A feline message? Tango sleeps with the fishes?
It's just gonna be ever more Tango sleeping and stuff.
Kitties. Kitty cat. It's a kitty kitty cat. It's a kitty cat. And the kid? Places like these make me feel nervous. Too many people, too many cops.
Oh wow, they added an actual face sprite to him. You didn't have one before.
The sheet of winds here are gonna fall on my head when I least expect it. I just know it. And then the windows will shatter and zombies will rise from the ground. Hey, you look sort of familiar. Should I be talking to you? You don't destroy me. I'm innocent. I don't deserve to be splattered into blood and gore.
Been out of
I've been out of work since the last festival. I think I'm finally getting my groove back. Idle Woman's an inspiration, isn't she? Her talent, her range, her lyrical skills makes my core flutter. I feel like I start spewing projectiles to the beat any second now. You got your own set of wheels, right? Convertible canine or something? You can beat my record. 10 seconds starting from the front door to the end of the bar. Look at that, look. This is a hotel lobby. This is a safe place to be driving around. There are plenty of entrants in this tournament, but the gauntlets are certainly not kidding around. I'd wager more than half the contestants will drop out without a rank to their name. Huh? Who? It's you. Hey, stay out of my way, okay? Go spend time in the plaza. Maybe there's some kind of hole a small insignificant like flea like you can crawl into. Look, I don't care how you spend your time. Go sit in the fountain up there for all I care. I noticed you've had a few tier bosses by now. There's a lot of them out there, aren't there? Definitely more in the festival.
This is
You've already said this.
There's not really anybody else here.
Yeah, okay.
Guess what?
Off to tier 5!
The gift shop.
The gift shop.
Okay.
Hey, Gravity Man. Welcome all to the Gravity Gift Shop. You'll flip for these low prices. Indeed. In fact, I've been able to collect royalties for how many of the simulations have used my likeness in the past.
The Toy Empire. Oh, don't oppress the Toy Empire. There's quite a few people that kick your butt for that. Adopt a Met. Bakery Man.
Alright, I need a water refill. Probably gonna dump the rest of this too.
It sounds like what's his name music. Silver Surfer composer. Dogs, do you want any of this? Rusty, you want this? Do you actually want any of this, Rusty? I don't think you do. You can try it if you want, but it's like super spicy chili lime, but like way overdone spice. I guess he likes it? Why do you like that? How do you like that? I can't even stand that. Dogs. Luna! Come here. How about you? Do you want this? Oh, Luna says no. Luna wants nothing to do with this. Rusty's like, this good stuff. He's just licking it like crazy. Here. The dog wants nothing to do with it. Luna, Aurora would eat that.
Let's get this party started.
Of course, Luna's like, no, I cannot let Mishka have it. She's like, I don't like this. I don't like this. And Mishka gets like, I was gonna go to Mishka. Okay, well, Mishka eat this. Mishka ate it. Luna didn't like it, but Rusty loves him. Here, Rusty, watch this.
Buddy.
Here, there's more spice on there. Apparently, cats like chili lime for some reason. Alright, well, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, and I'm gonna put these back. Probably, I was going to toss out the chili lime, but Mishka will eat them. Luna just dropped it.
Mishka puppy. She's a funny puppy.
Lucky's like, hell no! Lucky is looking at me like I offended Rusty. Okay, Rusty likes it. Lucky hates it.
We. Shoot the
Alrighty. Oof. Let us do a thing. Hopefully we'll...
Bakery Man.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Another skip gate!
We're like in the middle of... like, not good enough to be... good and not bad enough to be enjoyable.
I dig the animated stuff.
Oh, there are spikes up there.
Should have had that. Ooh. Ah!
Thanks to the warning about that. Wow. Why? Why does cherry pie kill you?
It's really more like a tiny apple.
No, it was a cherry pie, I think. What? What?
Oh,
What?
spikes
What?
there in the frame.
Oh! Those are poorly conveyed. Hi, Rusty! Thank you, I need my controller. Thank you.
Rusty buddy.
Rusty, please. I need my controller. I need my hand! Okay. I guess I thought I was gonna be on that. The aesthetics are fine. The background kind of is annoying to like see through, but I think they overdid it on like the difficulty segments.
Whoops.
Whoa, yeah, that's some like tight platforming. Oh no. Oh.
Oops.
Oh no, do I have to do like 2 different routes to get everything in here? Oh.
There are 2 elements. What?
Oh.
What? I did not understand what was happening there.
I am going to say we skip this. This is already
Okay.
looking like an I want to be the guy annoying style level. That just does not look... This is not looking fun whatsoever. Level's difficulty
Level's
is...
difficulty is overcooked if you ask me. There's an overabundance of death spikes and mean setups. Maybe they should have used damage spikes as a substitute. Not that it would have helped my chipped tooth, though. I once dropped my keys into a vat of cake batter. It took me 45 minutes to find them. Ruined the flavor of the keys. Finding all the elements and tokens of this level took just as long, and you can't get them all in one bite, so to speak. Don't force yourself to go back for seconds. It might be more appetizing to pick up what you missed from our pantry to the left. Yay! Oh, the cakes bounce. Cool.
There's definitely interesting ideas in this, but it was poorly executed. You don't need to make It's make a good Mega Man level, not make a Kaizo Mega Man level. You don't need to make levels horribly difficult for no freaking reason. That's not fun. You need to make a level fun. I hear you. Both of you are dinging up a storm. I get it. Shinryu apparently feels about the same. Hi.
Patchy gave us 0. Patchy and Ace gave us 0 for fun. Oh man. I really wanted to like this level. So much love poured into the concept and everything just feels so lively here. And some really fun concepts too. The cake and pie platforms lead themselves to a lot of scenarios. And both Sweets Alley and Bread and Blood are add awesome twists to the previously introduced concepts. Combine that with some fun, challenging mid-bosses and a slightly modified Pharaoh Man for...
Where'd you go? I need to find Niche Division. Where
For the Bakery Man fight, and this level would be pretty alright if it stopped there. Unfortunately, this has a severe case of no idea left behind, which in practice doesn't work out for one level. Rather than end at the Robot Master, Bakery Man drops you into a basement and delivers a stage twice as long as necessary, complete with a metric. Bobbis.
While we're waiting for the dogs to come back in, and here, keep moving this
Make a level that makes Fox mad contest. Deliver the stage complete with a metric ton of new assets and an extra element. There's still moments to praise here. Bouncy cakes are a fun new idea in a vacuum. And moving coats and Suits Alley make excellent coverage for obstacles. And the sheer amount of value bread and knives get from a spooling respawn is great. However, on top of everything else, the basement section is too much, especially the second element. If you're going to have two elements in the stage, split earlier, not later. Later is a good way to make us dislike a level. This would still be salvageable by itself. There's a ton of clever design, checkpoints are abundant, and the charm is high enough that it won't get totally boring. Unfortunately, the level's idea of fair punishment seems to be copious amounts of death. As such, the difficulty ranks up unreasonably fast, especially considering most of the utilities, aka the designer's safety nets for difficulty, are disabled. Even the aesthetic works against things. The brown outlining on the floors looks solid, which leads to an alarming amount of tripping into pits, and the spikes can be hard to see sometimes. High difficulty, combined with unreasonable length, is enough to drain basically...
Alright.
To drain basically all the fun from the level, and what remains is an absolute slog. When the primary solution for part of the level is to take advantage of the new suit's slime activating iframes that cheese my way past it all, there's a problem. It's a shame because there's plenty of brilliant ideas buried in here. Unfortunately, the level just didn't know when to stop, and the end result leaves a spoiled, moldy taste. If you're willing to beat and thrash at mastering the place, there is still a fun level to be found, but otherwise, oh boy. I'd be dropping the difficulty a couple notches before doing anything else with this.
It's kind of how I feel, because it's just like, it had potential, but you went overboard. Yeah, of course, Shinryu is going to say that.
This is a stage with a ton of potential. The overall idea and theming is definitely there, but sadly things start to fall apart when it comes to the actual level design.
Rusty!
The platforming here is way too punishing.
Poor kitty! Rusty hopped on my lap holding one of those things I just gave him. And he had it in his mouth like a dog, and then Luna came over, sniffed him, licked him, and just slowly reached over, grabbed it, and yoinked it from him and ran off.
Luna!
You stole the kitty treat!
Throughout nearly every segment of this stage, making even the tiniest mistake will often net you an instant death. The timing and precision needed to get the third and fourth tokens without dying is a prime example of this. There's not so much a difficulty curve here as there is a difficulty wall that rarely lets up. Granted, there are a few sections that manage to set themselves apart, even with some tight jumps involved. For instance, the bread and knives path in the second half of the stage has a very strong emphasis on enemy and gimmick synergy. It's taken a step further when you're forced to fight the same enemy but at different angles as you go through some of the room layouts. Unfortunately, for as enjoyable as moments like that are, they're very few and far between, and the stage is already pushing it in terms of length. This level wouldn't be nearly as frustrating if it had ended after the first Bakery Man fight. Instead, it ends up being a slog to play through to full completion on account of 4 split paths and 2 energy elements. It's unfortunate considering there's obviously a lot of effort put into the visuals here. The redesigns of vanilla assets are all really charming and fun to look at, especially the donut escargot. Although I do question the sun theme shift from baked goods to suits and business attire in one of the later halves of the level. Maybe there's a connection I'm not understanding here, but it definitely struck me as odd. That nitpick aside, the only other aesthetic-related thing I had a problem with was the spikes. Again, maybe it's just me, but I routinely smacked into them by accident on my first playthrough as I didn't notice them until it was too late. I didn't have this issue on subsequent runs, and this was way after my first time playing the level, so I'm fully willing to admit this was probably just a me problem at the time.
No,
either way, I left the stage feeling a bit on the disappointed side. Like I said, there's good level concept in here, but it's marred by overwhelming platforming segments, almost being too lengthy. Sure, it's to turn out great with a bit more polish, though. Don't be fooled by the sweetness. This level has a cute aesthetic, and that is the only good thing I can say about this level. In fact, I kind of think the aesthetics kind of hinder the level design quite a bit, with so many animated elements that can be very distracting, while also sacrificing immediate readability because the elements no longer look like their original counterparts. The falling and rising concrete man platforms are the biggest offenders in this regard. The spikes also look like a lot more like stage decorations than something dangerous. Of all the elements, spikes are the last thing you want to design the appearance to be more soft looking. There are also multiple split paths, each containing its own set of enemies and gimmicks to deal with. It really made the stage feel unfocused, with not much breathing room for the players to adapt to a constantly changing environment. Another big flaw of the stage is everything is very unforgiving. Most sections are filled with instant death via pits, spikes, or platforms crushing you. To make matters worse, there's a very timing precise jump you have to do each time you respawn in one part, making each reattempt feel tedious. Finally, that spike trap, you know what I'm talking about. Hidden away with minimal warning at the end of a tough section. No, I don't care that there's a hint at the bottom with, mind you, I didn't even notice during my playthrough. I used Ice Wall to find my way instead. The problem is that there was no indication beforehand that you completely hide away anything in the coats, since up to this point there was always at least some part of the instructed item poking out. And a trap was put literally just before the boss corridor after a really neat section that required a few near-perfect timing jumps. That is just incredibly bad design. There's no sugarcoating this one. And then the bosses are just powered-up versions of their original engine counterparts with extra attacks and arenas that actively hinder you. They all do brutal damage, so it's a perfect gatekeeper for any exhausted players who made it this far after playing through those atrocious sections. It is an extremely unfun stage. Recipe for Bakery Man. In a 20 by 9 grid, assemble 75 screens, about 2.5 levels, into a comfortable alternating pattern of linear and divided paths, with checkpoints at irregular intervals. Decorate with fun, colorful graphics, and helpful signage. Blend spikes into the background so they're hard to notice. Optionally, outline solid objects with a border that interferes with the player's ability to judge distances when jumping. Let your creativity run wild and redesign as many dev kit assets as possible to fit the theme. Toasters, cake frosting, rolling pins, croissants, secret cupcakes, and a donut snail are especially delightful. If your confection begins to look like a power plant or laundromat, it's time to stop. Roll out a focused challenge arc for each area. Shape the learning curve to appear inviting to newcomers and smear it around with new concepts and combinations that demand immediate adaptation. Some options include a confusingly rapid succession of cakes and pies, a cumbersome chocolate fountain that looks like background decoration, and being unexpectedly impaled on a suit jacket. A light sprinkling of precise challenges is optional, but feel free to dump an entire container if you're only making this for yourself. Note that large amounts of instant death should be offset by Rush Bike and Rust Jet, otherwise a skip teleporter may form. To finish, add peppy music. One main tune is fine, but changing to a second tune after a fake ending would add more flavor. Garnished with charmingly quirky humor. Serve immediately without getting other people to taste it first. Tasters always complain about excessive load times, unsafe screen transitions, inconsistently labeled bottomless pits, boss projectiles that don't disappear with the boss, and pie that disappears if you leave the screen and come back. Makes 2 servings, but you'll probably only want 1. After my first playthrough, getting the element on the upper path, for a while in my comment document, the notes for the stage and notes get expanded to full compliments with simply 3 choice words. Blank this level. Place word blank, which whatever comes to mind after playing this level, and I'm sure you'll find it. Even the positives here are outweighed by negatives attached to what I actually did like here. The theme is cute. All the rethemed enemies are cute. This level should be really adorable and the aesthetic should be a hit, but at a certain point everything blends in together and I can't tell what is and isn't a spike. The difference between enemy and gimmick variants is way too subtle to tell apart as you are being pelted by the cake or whatever the fudge's final upper path is throwing at you. Spikes are really hard to see. The background has detailing that tricks the eye into what is and isn't solid ground, and the flashing neon graphics designed to paper over what a visual mess it is to navigate just blend in and become hard to notice. Also, did I mention spikes? Spikes should really stick out more to not go around the wrecking. I like how this stage looks, and even that part has severe problems. I had more or less given up on the stage getting a good score, as I had lost a lot of goodwill by the end of this approach to Bakery Man himself. But I figured, no, okay, this just has one absurdly hard couple of rooms that are too tight and pixel perfect for its own good. I think the rest of the level held up okay, even if it did get bad difficult. Bakery Man was an okay rehash of Pharaoh. And then the level continued. And it's all the same. Yes, the gimmicks are different, but at its core, the stage is all the same. Every path. Jumps are tight combined with hitbox dissonance and visual clutter. Enemies constantly pelting you from all screens to try to navigate around moving solid platforms that inexplicably crush you despite very much not looking so. Checkpoints are so instant death heavy that the short length between them makes it a lot longer to navigate back to the instant death hazard you die at. Enemies that are normally used sparingly due to damage output end up splattered all about the place, not that the health bar is even relevant in this level given the sheer one-hit death nature of it all. This all applies to every path. I normally replay these stages a fair bit to make sure I catch everything I need to say. I could diss this entire comment to Yggdrasil treatment if I really wanted. Let's be honest here. Its issues keep cropping up repeatedly, just in new and subtle ways. Yeah, I ain't replaying this again. Both elements once were enough. Mega Man, 5 tokens?
Mega Man 8 music.
Oh, this new preservation technology that blew toward Mega Man movie history!
Oh no! This is gonna be a jump, slide level. That's what the music is for.
Okay.
Ow!
Mew! The ability to preserve program from other robots is incredible. That fool Bomb Man hardly knew what hit him.
Mew, huh?
Mew!
I mean, that fits for Bastion, I guess. That is some absurd damage from those. What?
What is that thing? And how do we hear? Oh, we shoot the light.
It's a thing, alright. Not pixel perfect, I guess.
Blast it! Why don't these Time Stopper schematics work? Oh, I suppose Cossack wouldn't mind a small visit. Wait, what was to the left? Oh! It's a dead end here. Little thing.
Wow, somebody failed there. Thank you, Rusty. Thank you! That little mark right there is supposed to... Oh, no. Why?
So we don't need to get the first 2 tokens. And
I'm just gonna ignore this too, because that's like... We do gotta fight the mini-boss again, though. Rusty, I need to use my arm, buddy. Rusty, I'm trying to... Oh.
Darkman, you always were one of the better creations. Perhaps your abilities will aid Dev greatly. Ah.
Okay. Maybe it's not going to be a long level? I really prefer not to fight the mini-boss over and over again, but...
What? Oh.
Okay. Kind of an awful placement for the mini-boss there.
Oh, okay.
Well, that was
Sure,
pretty bad.
just drop us right onto the enemy.
With no checkpoint. And mini-boss style enemies.
Woo! I jumped! Game.
Stop making us refight the frickin' boss! Why do you keep making us refight the same stuff?
This fire is lagging out, Parsec.
Oh no. Why is it
Okay,
like
man.
that? That is just awful. Stop that. Screw the rules, I have Magnet Beam. This level has some, like, needless... What?
I did not know those things moved.
I didn't either. Why Why did it move? Oh.
It moves when you shoot it.
I didn't know that. It was introduced poorly. I got.
This looks like conveyor belts. They are.
Oh yeah, oi.
Sheep man!
Where? What? Thank
Not
you,
there.
Rusty. Thank you. It's not like I need to use my hand at all. Thanks.
I've been dumped. $65 target. Apparently those are solid all the way through. Okay.
Ah! Laggity lag. The stage is pretty bad right now. Am I supposed to go down that way? I don't know. There's nothing there.
Apparently that's solid.
Apparently it's solid.
Okay then.
Tentacle platform beam. Best explanation for that I got. Why are they? Okay. Okay. Up.
What?
Hi, I guess.
Where did you two come from? Here's something there. It's just a bolt.
Oh, we missed the thing.
Star Droid technology. You can't beat it. If only I could get his black hole activated. But now Dev has everything he has. Alright, we'll get the token and let's go.
But that means we have to replay the stupid level. And I do not appreciate that. Oh! Well, we're all the way back here. Maybe we can find where the token's at. Why can you go backwards and have to refight the boss?
I don't know. Thought there might have been something back here.
I'm gonna run out of weapon energy for that thing. I didn't want that. Okay.
Okay, how sure are we that this, like, actually doesn't go anywhere?
It probably needs to go somewhere, but Rush Jet just doesn't freaking work. Well, that is absolutely terrible. Why would you do that? But why did...
Canada is a great place, but why did Blizzard Man have to be so high up? Regardless, I have what I need.
So, it just has an arbitrary Rush Jet, like, block? But why? Why the arbitrary Rush Jet? Ow! Nah!
No, Nika Baga! What? Oh.
I'm going to guess you could probably just... Why? What? What was that about?
Get to the front of the
Okay.
Wait.
You're still here
okay.
even if you're... Okay, that's not terrible then. Icy key. Ah!
Math.
I don't even know why I grabbed the key. I don't know what could possibly be for that would...
Required! Apparently.
Oh!
Yay!
Convenience!
Here's the thing.
Oh, you get the feeling this is gonna be in a... What? Wait, what did he throw that exploded because I couldn't see it?
The bomb. The bomb.
Oh.
The bomb.
Susie is the bomb expert here, you jerk. And hey, there's a reason I colored my bombs a weirdly shade of like blackish blue. So you could see them against the backgrounds that are frequently black. I didn't even see the frickin' bombs!
Well, this certainly has an unorthodox crowd. The majority of these enemies are distinct from the usual suspects, being primarily drillins and eleckids, with the odd Bolton and Nutton be the only regular face. Unfortunately, the only real praise I can give this for unique enemies, well, that level's rarely outright unfair, even with some less than safe introductions like the Count Bomb Room. It has a fine set of building blocks, but the execution feels uninspired. The only real interesting moments are the few drill-ins at the Count Bomb Room, and the only frustrating moment was the introduction of invisible blocks. But the little was broken when I ran into those. And I can't say what I was impressed when the realization hit. Otherwise, everything's just there.
Pop-Tarts got cold!
Level doesn't... No, the level doesn't do much of anything, even though it has a fair number of gimmicks. And a weirdly relaxing atmosphere only manages to feel boring. Some of the graphics are obvious placeholders that don't exactly help that issue. In particular, when there are the bosses. There are 4 fights here, and all of them are pushovers. Skullwalker's attacks are a complete non-threat when he's isolated on an island. The move hover deflects the mech cannon's shots, meaning it can't hurt you. And Dev, for all his build-up, just stands there and shoots you. Most of his attacks are just dodged by just jumping and shooting next to the boss door so he can barely hurt you. Frankly, it's a big letdown. While it wasn't terrible to play, I can't say I enjoyed it in the end. I wasn't really sure what to expect when I first saw the name of the level, but the end result was more than a little messy, to put it mildly. The level design here is very odd, and not in a good or quirky kind of way. There's several questionable things in this stage, most of which stem from the room layouts. A good chunk of them pose almost no threat at all, such as the room with a single press-in that you don't even need to fight to progress. Immediately after that room, however, you're put into a think-fast situation when you're suddenly standing on top of count bombs. This is also the first and only time the count bombs show up in this stage for that matter. While the level's other gimmicks do get used more than once, they're only used in the most basic of ways. The yoga blocks are a slight exception to this, since they show up as brief tells for the invisible maze section. That could have been interesting if there was more to it, and if it had a better introduction, though I did figure out pretty quickly to need to slide to get into that screen. It's still a case of bad conveyance. Lastly, we have a matter of the end boss. For as much as he's built up through those text boxes, he's not really all that threatening. Standing on the far left of the room more or less ensures you'll never be hit by his jump block attack, and he'll have more than enough for time to react to his other projectiles. His shield of Saturn rings actually makes him even easier, seeing as they can drop items like large health pickups and extra lives. Can't help but wonder whether or not he was supposed to move at all, since that might have actually made him at least a little more challenging. Either way, he's a pretty big anticlimax for a stage that unfortunately doesn't have much to it. I'm blue, da-ba-dee-ba-da-ba. Well, right off the bat, I can't say I really agree with the aesthetic choice here. Bright blue background and rather new tile set can be a bit jarring to look at. It also makes it hard to distinguish the actual geometry. Then we have these obviously placeholder textures for the top solids. Is the joke supposed to be that this stage takes place in a blueprint, hence dev is in development? but also some mismatched collision placements in the room with the first skull mini boss, which makes the stage seem amateurish in terms of polish for sure. The stage itself doesn't have much going on in it, especially in also fun in the dev kit. Sprinkling some intermission gimmick platforms of the day in between, and boom, you have a mediocre stage. Kind of annoying that you have to fight the skull mini boss each time after respawning from the checkpoint. There's a maze of invisible blocks. Oh gosh, it does occasionally reveal a block placed in the small Yoku blocks, but still, I can't imagine such a concept would ever be remotely fun in any situation. Floor to the secret token that is invisible is a weird choice. It actually got me killed the first place because the rush jet collided with the invisible block that I couldn't quite see.
Hey, like me!
A boss, development man, I guess, if we go by stage name. He's just standing there, menacingly! His movement model seems to be in development still, if I were to guess. Also, he is literally throwing random BS at you. That is pretty silly. I'm on board with the premise of Wily assembling the components for a super mashup robot. Unfortunately, this level squanders that premise. Stock storytelling. The text boxes paint a confusing picture of the narrative, and it wasn't until fighting a boss I had any idea what was going on. He did it with the Doc robots.
Except it wasn't Dr. Wily that did it. It was somebody that made no sense to have all the robot master powers. What was it? Yeah, Mega Man Game Boy 5, the stupid, like, sun god robot, whatever, that Wily found, that actually, like, turned around and kicked Wily's ass and then turned on you. That fight was annoying.
Did Wily go back in time? Oh yeah, I forgot. The Mega Man Game Boy games are all on Switch Online now.
Oh.
Did Wily go back in time? It would have helped to explain exactly what preservation technology does to find devs somewhere and move all the text boxes out of missable secret rooms. Moreover, the aesthetics and gameplay should sync up with the story, although the music is a good fit, but need a better looping. The graphics, especially the flagrant placeholder ones, don't really feel connected at all. The mashup of hazards from Bombman, Dustman, Saturn, etc. would have made more sense than the seemingly random and unfocused assortment of death traps. I'll give you credit for the draw sections. Where move hub is used to cross a large gap. Those are effective. I really like the concept of the Yoku maze. Power-ups are doled out at a decent pace, and most challenges are innocuous enough that I can live with the skewed checkpoint placing. There are good points, but there are so many more problems. Inconsistent labeling of pits and transitions. Inexplicably invisible collision objects. Inadequate challenge introductions. Cow bombs! Dies in a panic.
I must get my top cards.
Unsafe screen transitions, duplicate checkpoint objects, flat or reverse difficulty curves, ladder jumping keeps getting easier. The unnecessary key door, just move that screen's entrance to where the key is located.
No, not Pop-Tarts, Pop-Tarts. Luna.
Questionable boss
Pop-Tarts,
programming,
not
Saturn rings don't
Pop-Tarts.
do damage. I'm only scratching the surface.
You are a tart.
More than anything though, I'm...
Luna is a tart. Sweetie, you do not be a tart too and try to steal my Pop-Tarts.
I'm scratching my head. This level is just highly confused. The story, aesthetics, and gameplay
Rusty.
all seem to be going in
Do not steal my Pop-Tarts either.
different directions, and I'm unsure whether any of those elements has a destination in mind.
Ah, why does everyone... Pop-Tart.
Cat.
Give me my Pop-Tart. I have 2 cats and Luna all after my Pop-Tarts. Oh, I have a fever. I can't have 2 cats on top of me. Come on, you guys. Oh. Alright, keep reading, I guess. Luna! No!
Good Aces review.
They are Pop-Tarts, not Pop-Tarts.
I think it is obvious that there is an effort put into this level, but even an initial playthrough makes it obvious this level was not tested. It looks to me that you designed a level thinking objects did something different to what you expected. The Magma community is very open, and most people participating in the competition would have been willing to have a look through your level and give advice. Hopefully you will participate in the future, as the ideas in the level do show promise. The level has an overabundance of gimmicks, all of which are introduced in a dangerous setting, usually with fatal consequences if the player does not recognize them quickly. There is normally never a follow-up to the gimmicks, and on occasion they behave inconsistently. For example, the Yoku blocks act like an entirely different gimmick in the maze room. Megaman levels use a few gimmicks and try to use them in original ways once introduced. There were a couple of places in the level where the objects placed did not work as intended. Did you know that napalm fire can be removed with weapons? Dustman blocks can also be destroyed. Where these appear, you can fall through the floor of the previous room. I'm also not sure if the mini-bosses worked as intended, as they were completely non-threatening due to their placement. The second Dot Kumo seemed to be stuck in the middle of the room because of broken collision. The level looked fairly nice, and I really enjoyed how atmospheric it was. But the level was hindered by most of the background and foreground being the same shade of blue. Certain enemies also blended into the background almost perfectly, such as a Mutton and Bolton. These particular enemies often unexpectedly hit the player out of nowhere due to positioning and crowded room layouts. I like the idea behind the boss, but much like the mini-bosses throughout the level, it does not move, so it hardly ever threatens the player. Realistically, only 2 attacks have any chance of hurting you, and one of those is because it blended into the back background.
Yep.
The back background, yes. Your boss is certainly better than nothing, but you should plan to add movement to future robot masters. Alright. Turbo Man! Sweet. I've only been seeing that idiot Presto run around these gauntlets and showing off. A ridiculous attitude annoys me at no end. No respect for the sport. We should just ram straight into them. Look out there, Bastion, because you're the one who actually has respect. I need bio. Candy Matrix by Sir Sins.
Oh. Well, Shinryu did not
didn't like this. Video game. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Too many cats. I can't reach my mouse or anything. Floppies?
Says, oh,
I have kitties.
I'm here.
I have kitties in what I have. 2 of them. I can... 1 on each arm, so this is especially... a pain in the butt. Mint Candy Matrix. What is with the theme? What?
Sheep Man with chill man music.
Nice sweet. Ow. Ah!
Ha! Oh. That's a problem.
That is indeed a problem. Does this have anything to do with the name of this level?
Oops.
Well,
Oh, this is gonna be a thing.
these blocks are not meant for multiplayer. This is gonna be a thing, alright? Ow.
Whoops. Well, that helps, right? you screwed up again.
You tend to slide right out onto it.
Yay!
I mean, it wouldn't be bad if you had time to, like, actually...
Oh, no weapons allowed.
No weapons.
Wait, no, you can use magnetic shockwave.
Okay. Well, now I'm dead. Just thanks to no weapons allowed, I am soft locked. Great job. Yay, lag. Screen transition lag got me.
Hey, plushie! I got deadified.
What was
It
it?
really just feels like a remix of Sheepman's stage.
Oh, that was not great. What was it? Deadified
Oh.
6.
Betterified.
Yes, I know. That's the joke.
Dude. Huh.
That sure is some timing on that.
Good. Oh, jeez.
This is awful. Like, honestly, this is just awful.
You have a flybommar!
Did you test your stage to see how well it works with your mechanics? Obviously, thank you, Cat. Obviously not. Well,
I got caught off guard by you walking off.
that was frickin' Rusty leaving my arm. Ow. No! Multiplayer kill.
Okay, I guess we need to slide off the up ones.
Yes, we do, but we need like perfect timing because that's not multiplayer friendly.
Whoops!
I wasn't even on the platform! This is awful! I get your premise, but like, it needs better execution. It's up to you, because I cannot rate.
Yeah, I don't know. Alright.
Ah!
Sorry. Yeah, that didn't work. Oh, what?
Oh, thanks for the jackass checkpoint. Who are we fighting? Oh, it's you.
Quick man!
Oh, I hate Quick Man. I hate Quick Man. He's my most hated frickin' robot boss. I mean, he's way easier on this than he is in the default game, but...
Because you can't slide in Mega Man 2.
That was not a good level. It had some interesting ideas to use with the sheet blocks, but poor execution.
Vent.
What the heck is Vent from? Is that ZX?
He's from ZX, yeah. He's one of the two-player characters. Palladium says Quick Man is easy.
In Mega Man 2, not so much. And hey, remember, I started with Mega Man 1 and 2, so Quick Man has always been like my hated dude. Like, I don't really remember anyone else being an issue. You gotta, like, it's your first Mega Man boss, you have to remember being a pain in the ass that you hate. And that was mine.
This level has nothing to do with mint or candy, though I suppose it is minty green. As a whole, this level is alright, at least when it comes to the gimmick execution. It covers the basics you want to hit, introducing sheet blocks and concrete platforms, instead ramping them up to them more and more difficult. It's short and efficient, which isn't the worst thing to be. The setups even manage to feel creative. Certainly I haven't seen them combined in the same ways this place does.
See, the thing to remember is the reason why he has such an impact on me, I was 6 when I first fought him.
I was 6 when I first played Mega Man 3. I never beat Gemini Man's stage. Unfortunately, the enemy design is kind of a mess. I remember a large variety, all of which you use once or twice with little fanfare. Big Snaky has some fanfare to it, at least, though the first encounter as being a bit more complicated one is a bit backwards. Our Sniper Joe is also an exception, but he's really easy to take out from afar, even with basically every weapon disabled at mag shot, which makes you wonder why this bothered disabling things. And the final spike ceiling is easily ignored, combined with the tiles that don't animate and music that doesn't loop properly, and the rest of the level is on the mediocre end. Respectable gimmick design, but this needs work to work on the rest. Also, maybe being a little longer wouldn't hurt.
Besides, modern times I say Ballad is my most hated dude, because he's just not fun to fight.
Well, first off, why is every weapon locked out except for Magnetic Shockwave? I personally can't think of any good reason for this, since there's nothing in this level that seems to warrant it. Aside from that, this is an incredibly short stage with very little going on. The other notable things here include a Think Fast mode with a Concrete Man platform, which will dump you into some spikes if you don't react quick enough. And the final section of the level, which has some tightly timed platforming involving the sheet man blocks. The idea of making you jump into the next screen transition once the blocks disappear is certainly different, but it's not exactly practical or much fun either. Really, that's about all there is to the stage. Definitely could have benefited from being a lot longer and having more involved challenges, that much is certain. May you take the blue mint or the red mint? It's a decent little level, even though it has that somewhat unpolished feeling. As evidenced by the Sheepman tileset not animating, music not looping properly, one of the checkpoints respawns putting the player in mid-air, etc. I do like how the stage utilizes the Sheepman block gimmick in various ways, definitely a strong point of the level. Also neat when it starts interacting with the up and down platforms, though it does get a bit repetitive toward the end where you just wait for the wall to disappear and jump at the right moment to the next near-identical obstacle. Quickman is a fine way to sum up this quick little stage. I can kind of see how certain foreground tiles might be casually described as mint candy. Sheepman graphics, if they were animated, could be reminiscent of the film The Matrix. The title partially makes sense. Gameplay does not. Disappearing blocks and rising and falling platforms are central gimmicks. The combination is different enough, but not terribly interesting or effective. All the most overused enemies in the franchise make a cameo, serving as stale challenges that merely look unique because there's a gimmick nearby, which has no bearing on the combat unless the player makes truly poor survival decisions. Other assets, including Quickman and a stray spring, show up just long enough to make me wonder why they're there. The difficulty stems mainly from dying suddenly after entering a new screen due to either having no time to react to an immediate hazard, mistaking a pit for a screen transition, or entering a perfectly valid angle that leads directly into a wall or pit. Inexplicably, every special weapon is absent except Magnetic Shockwave, which, for all the good it does outside of mini-boss fights, might well have been disabled too. Despite lacking a bit of finesse in the implementation, appropriate checkpoints and sufficiently frequent power-ups keep this length-conscious, oddly scrolling averse level moving. The music is inoffensive, though improperly looped and seemingly out of place. Nicely patterned backgrounds add some personality to the aesthetics. I like racing across alternating rising and falling platforms to grab a perilous power-up. That's the kind of meaningful complexity this level needs. Getting the jump timing right in the series of disappearing wall-floor combos is decently satisfying. Fighting a Joe with spikes overhead would have been great if the spikes actually posed a threat. The final stretch is not without its hiccups, but it starts to tell a story that I wish the rest of the level were a part of. Another example of adding Sniper Joes to a stage and making it significantly worse. When will people learn? I know there are only 3 of them, but they are so horrendously out of place it brings the whole level down. They completely break any flow the player gets into, waste the player's time, and aren't remotely challenging. The cheeky one on top of the checkpoint is not appreciated either. Aside from that, the stage varies wildly in quality, with some very interesting challenges, but some very frustrating duds. The stage comes alive whenever the Sheepman blocks are utilized, with every instance being a new challenge. This works especially well during the final stretch when combined with the Concrete Man platformers, which offer a novel timing challenge that doesn't outstay its welcome. On the other hand, the enemies in the level are almost entirely irrelevant and often detracted from the stage. One major exception is the first Big Snakey, which is a neat if out-of-place take on the mini-boss. This is then let down by the second Big Snakey being worse in just about every way. Quickman was a net negative to the level, especially as you did not have any weapons that were effective, ditto with the Joes. Graphically, the level ended up being quite dull as it lacked the animation the original Sheepman stage had, robbing your level of life and any cohesion. I didn't think the music fit particularly well, but I admit I may have a bias there, as I know it is from an ice level, so the score has not suffered there. Whoops. I need water.
This place is
Yahoo! This place is my idea.
We're bouncing around who's gonna read it, I guess. This place is
this place is our ideal hangout spot. Open, carefree, and full of what I'm made out of. This is way better than being used as a giant magnet. Who would have thought that hiring me to be that was a good idea?
Froggy Gravity.
Gravity.
What?
I need water. Froggy! The kangaroo is the only one not bouncing.
Unbelievable. I don't see any landmines or bazookas or grenade launchers at all. They call this a toy shop.
Here we go.
Wait,
5 token.
water level, ice level? Why are there so many tokens in each of these?
It's a Mr. T.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Bastion! Toadman has escaped and is building an army of nightmare frogs. You gotta stop him! Don't bother, Bastion. I can intercept any transitions you get from Dr. Light. You'll never get past my nightmare illusions.
What?
No. Ninja Baba! Oh no! Wee!
Oh, we already missed
Wait,
one.
we missed the token? Where?
Whatever, we'll get it from the skip. I don't know where it could be because it's awful to do that. What?
Ah. What?
What?
Well. Yeah, Fruit Baba!
Okay. Good, thank you, sweetie.
What is... Oh no! Yeah. I made it. What?
I still have no idea what this has to do with Toadman, but... I found the token.
Okay. That is a terrible place to hide a token.
Thank
you
you,
can't even
sweetie.
see anything is there.
This level is pretty bad to begin with. Ow! Stop kicking me! I can't see it all right now.
Oops.
Not a level easily meant for co-op, that's for sure.
I like that setup a little bit. Oh, that's a count bomb. Real funny. Whoops.
This is awful!
Rude. Okay, skip time.
The enemy placement and everything is just fucking atrocious! Come on, man!
So yeah, loop to the left. Shows the side this level should be skippable because it's unusually difficult. Its unique count bomb gimmick isn't really introduced as well as it could be either. I didn't know what was going on until it was too late. And there's a reason why behind here. It's not pretty.
Wow. Fun is very low. Wait. A-Spark, why?
I didn't expect the final level as concept I fundamentally despised, and yet here we are. The basic idea of this level is taking fairly normal level design and then removing or covering up a bunch of visual information to make it needlessly obtuse. For the most part, this is just bothersome. The green gravity indicators have enough contextual information you can figure them out, ultimately making the cover-up pointless. And all the green screens really do is cover up enemies and tokens, the latter of which is sorted by Magnol's map upgrade, which could have been prepared for since Magnol 2 had it. However, the count bombs are another matter entirely. The thing about count bombs is that their core concept is the countdown to explosion. You can see how long you have until 0, giving the player an obvious time frame they can use to their advantage. This kind of tries to give you that info still, namely giving you a sequence of bombs with timers visible, and expecting you to remember that exact sequence of numbers for all of the unmarked bombs. In practice, this is so obtuse I didn't find out how it worked until literal years after I first played this. You've got precious little way of knowing if the bomb you just touched will explode in 9 or 0 or anywhere in between, unless you have those sequences memorized. If it's exploding in 0, you better have split-second reaction time because otherwise you're dead. This is especially bad since you'll have to fight on these bombs, which is a lot to ask on top of memorizing the bomb numbers beforehand if you even realize you need to do that. And keeping track of the beeps, especially since the entrance to the Star Token Challenge is right in the middle of a number to blank sequence, so it's painfully easy to forget that number set. Informed choices are an important part of fair difficulty, and that comes from consistency and proper telegraphing. The countless bombs have some of the worst telegraphing I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of bad tells. And the whole thing ends up smacking a fake difficulty. As a result, this is not entertaining. When the entire level is filled with fake difficulty, intended or otherwise, as a designer, it's hard for me to enjoy myself. There's effort put into this, yes, and the boss fight at the end was both cathartic and honestly one of the better double robot masters I've seen. Otherwise, I don't want to play this again. I didn't enjoy this, and y'all were lucky to have the upgrades we're providing in the main game. Alright, I can understand wanting to make something that's geared toward the more challenging side of things. However, there's a very fine line between something that's challenging but fair and something that's challenging simply for the sake of it. This level feels like it's firmly planted in the latter category. Things don't start off too bad though. The obscuring green panels are introduced well, and the enemy placement is very manageable, although the shield attacker definitely could have done with a better introduction. Once you get past the first checkpoint, however, things start to go downhill rapidly. Nearly every segment in the level from this point forward is directly over a pit, with the primary jump focus being jumps across count bombs. That is so bad for enemy placement. A large number of them, especially the Pucapellis and Croakers, are set up to blindside the player. You're almost guaranteed to die anytime you get hit by them, as well as how small most of the platforms are. All this makes for a very frustrating section of trial and error, which really isn't helped by the fact that some of the timers on the count bombs are either obscured or just flat out don't exist. I guess it could be argued that not being able to see the time for those adds tension to the platforming segments, and while I can definitely see it, I don't play Mega Man to be stressed out. Unfortunately, stress and frustration are most of what the invisible timer segments here bring to the table. The double boss fight against Gravity Man and Toad Man at the end doesn't make up for the previous faults on the stage either. At best, it's an annoying fight that takes a while if you're doing it Buster only. Or you could just breeze through it with Spark Chaser like a sensible person. Overall, though, it's still one of the lesser evils this level has to offer.
I can't even imagine trying to fight Toad Man with Gravity Man. Ugh.
A frog is coming. Obstruction gimmicks, huh? That's a risky thing to design your stage around because it can easily lead to some unfair situations. While unique, I feel the stage would have been better off without them. They often don't add into the level design, and when the foreground obstruction is used, can easily replace it with a background indicator for when gravity gets flipped instead. Naturally, you're gonna hide the tokens in some of these foreground walls, right? Been way worse, I guess, with that. I do also notice the tendency of the stage to throw in fast airborne enemies or homing projectiles in your face as you traverse through bottomless pits. Without fail, you can bet that you're going to get knocked off at least once by each of the pests placed around. Now, one token room pretty much requires you to use Magna Beam. It says so in the text box, so why the extra hassle of trying to make it seem traversable without it? Just seems like the room was never completely fleshed out, so the desired solution is forced weapon usage, not the most elegant solution. Interesting Gravity and Toadman duo boss, I guess. Actually, the battle typically goes like, focus on Toadman first, then deal with Gravity Man when he's alone, so in reality it's more of an extended Gravity Man fight. Also, one extra tile of Toadman's chamber gets cut off after winning the battle. There are signs everywhere that this level is trying to be good, but I'm not going to pretend like I didn't give it a fun score of 5. The graphics and architecture make for an inoffensive visual experience, and it's generally clear which way to go and what's a bottomless pit. The music fits the premise, if not the overall feel of each section. On a technical level, everything is in good order except for some problematic screen transitions and a health bar that sometimes flickers, presumably due to green screens being the same depth. The challenge progression feels deliberate, yet it seldom takes into account what the players actually learn at any given point. The random key door and conveyor don't help. I would have preferred a question mark and history columns. The lack of any text looks like a glitch at first. The entire level is too brutal in a buster-only run and too easily dismantled by special weapons. Rush Jet bypasses the entire first half. There's a certain measure of satisfaction from blasting through the entire gravity section on Rush Spike, but that's mostly because I don't have to worry about every single enemy knocking me into a pit before I have a chance to react. Toadman and Gravity Man working together is a novel concept, and it makes for a satisfyingly coordinated boss fight. Amidst the eclectic assortment of enemies is a focused, coherent theme of concealment and surprise. The level's a bit on the long side, but that's offset by regular checkpoints and power-ups. Cute dialogue and subtle referential humor with the Count Bob numbers add some much-needed levity. I get the sense that I wasn't playing this the right way to make this more enjoyable, which, speaking from experience, indicates the need for a more diverse playtesting group. Interesting stage. Mostly. It's also a level that felt much nicer on the second go than its initial and somewhat frustrating blind run. The concept of a stage whose main gimmick is to hide crucial information is so easy to screw up. I don't think that happened here. There are enough context clues for a player to understand what was expected of them, mostly. The first half of the better designed segment, and you play with the idea just enough here to maintain interest. I wasn't a fan of the second half, mostly, but that came down almost entirely to the use of the Strike Man enemies. The mecha pitchin', but the knowledge that they die to a charge shot followed by a single lemon or magnetic shockwave smooths out the experience. That just leaves the awkward timing challenges of the gravity flipping. It takes a very long time to get used to them, and the more awkward ones can be irritating when they're several screens away from the checkpoint. Graphically, it's okay, mostly. The outdoors look fine, if dull, but more attention to detail on the thin green tiles really needed. It causes the stage to look unfinished. I know it wasn't in the dev kit, but it was a really easy thing to solve with a mere few new tiles. The indoors missing drop shadows makes the second half look especially rough, but I do appreciate the death pits were indicated. One real highlight is the boss. Again, mostly. I appreciate attempts to make stock Robot Master fights interesting, and it is one of the few times where a combined Robot Master fight doesn't evolve into utter nonsense. By thoughtfully having to keep focus on keeping Toadman at bay, it results in a clever boss fight that actually turns one of the worst Robot Master fights into a legitimate threat. It's a shame you were then left having to deal with Gravity Man, seeing how he's super easy. It results in a bit of an anticlimax. Had both bosses die together, this would have been an ideal finish. So, as I said, interesting stage. I think this will end up frustrating quite a few, but I ultimately came away with a positive experience. Oh, what?
Box of novelty screwdrivers. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
We're really... Oh!
Wow. That's just rude.
Hold on. What the hell is even going on? I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what's even going on.
Oh, I thought that was me.
I don't know what's even going on.
Okay, yeah, skip.
What the hell is... let's see what the other route has, at least. I mean, that means we're probably not gonna get crap, but...
What was this stage called again?
Water level? Ice level? I'm getting... What? What the hell is this level? What the heck is this level?
What? Why? Why can't I read? Why can't we read that? Huh. Okay.
What? Does this just not work? I don't even know what's going on. I mean, what? Wait, oh, what? It's just a lot of what? What? Like that? Like what? Why is my jump not working? Oh, okay.
Neat gimmick, but it's kind of a weird level. I like the music. Wait, what? It's just for an M-tank, huh?
Why? So where the hell do we go? What?
Oh, to the left! You go... Well, you could try going left here, but yeah, you go down and past the skip date. Because not everything is ice, you can cross over it where there was a pit before. Or, not pit, spikes.
My question is, what happens if you die then? Do you have to redo this entire thing?
This makes much more sense too now. Is for a token though, or is it something else? This looks like progress.
This level is extremely confusing.
Yeah. Huh. Okay.
All for a mega tank, really?
And a switch. What? Well, skip time.
Yeah, I kind of agree. This level is like way overstaying its welcome.
Neat concept, though.
It has a concept, but it's like way too freaking long and like not done well.
Be warned, sequence breaking posers. This level doesn't account for clever use of magnet beam and ice wall. Bypassing the intended solution for some sections could lead to glitches and make the entire level even harder to navigate. The level's too twisty. The level's too cold. The level's too buggy. Oh, where is the gold? Just something from a scratch pad. I was inspired by the stage and it's hard to find tokens. So many paths, so many switches to flip on and off, so many steps you'll need to retrace. I lost my way several times, even went somewhere I'm certain I wasn't supposed to go to yet. This room is much easier to navigate. Go left to win! Tried that in a level and it didn't work out so well.
Tier boss unlocked already?
Is it water? Is it ice? I'll take both for 500. The core concept of flipping between water and ice is interesting. Picking between large pools and geysers or frozen surfaces with icicle from the ceiling. These can create radically different scenarios from the same room. That's shown when you go back through the initial segments for the final split for the star token. The enemies complement this decently enough. Penguins, Rattons, and Kalanaginos for ice. Poles and swim balls for water. Unfortunately, while they're absolutely appropriate, the vast majority don't really seem to do much besides get shot. Still, the level has solid enough building blocks, but the execution, oh boy. For the starters, it takes until after the first mid-boss to introduce the core gimmick. Considering how long this level is, it's not a good thing, and it makes the initial section basically adult water level, with only a few tiny hints of something more. Even then, the attempts to enforce variety still don't quite work. Forcing the player underwater is especially ineffective. There's barely any difference when the place is frozen or not, which kills the point and causes that section to drag. Top it off with an annoying and awkward mid-boss. Why Hanabiran? Really? Especially with freezing! And this place doesn't look super great. the real aggravation is the tokens. Not the diamond with the checkpoint or the last one at the boss gate, but the other three are just bad. The heart one, a tooth requirement aside, is severely laggy. The spade takes you through multiple easily broken transitions before rewarding with a truck to the face, and a really dumb number of tanks. The club requires you to jump down an unmarked spike pit after flipping a switch and pulling a lot of backtracking, and then deal with a span of swim balls that somehow explode into splash woman mines which appear nowhere else in the level. These three are all an absolute mess and they drag down an already vulnerable level. Top it off with a very unpolished dual boss, one who can just stand on the left magnet and tediously snipe the two to death. This does not do the concept justice. If I were to give one big piece of advice, this should have capitalized more on the ability to pick your temperature. The water level versus the ice level concept is absolutely this place's strongest piece, at least above water. And building rooms that allowed the player more choice could have been interesting. As it is now, this has a cool concept, but the execution misses the mark in several areas. The general idea behind the stage is sound, but sadly it's dragged down a bit due to a combination of level design and technical issues. Let's focus on the positive aspect first, though. The biggest point of the stage's favor is easily its main gimmick. The freezing switches are really interesting. Mostly thanks to how their effects persist throughout the whole level rather than just being contained within whatever room you're currently in. The stage takes great advantage of this by having you backtrack through previous areas under new conditions, which forces you to change up your approach to previous segments a bit. It's a really neat idea with a ton of potential. However, the good idea
Oh, jeez.
The good idea alone is not enough to carry a level. The actual stage design varies a lot between decently designed rooms and ones that feel overly cluttered and cramped. I wouldn't mind this too much if not for the serious lack of checkpoints. Dying often means redoing the level from the first usable switch, even if you reach the second and rather annoying mini-boss. Granted, there is a way around this. Intentional or not, it's very easy to bypass a large section of the level through some simple magnet beam usage. Doing this means less legwork when it comes to checkpoints, but you also miss on some of the tokens as well. Speaking of which, actually locating a few of them is a pretty obtuse process. Such as the one that requires you to go back to a previous room after flipping a switch, which somehow causes a ladder to materialize out of nowhere.
Uh-oh.
The route for these tokens also unveils some technical problems as well. For one,
Like that?
For one,
Technical hiccups.
It doesn't extend to where its surface is shown on screen. I guess this is probably tied to making room for a freezing effect. But even that, being incredibly glitchy, since it's incredibly easy to clip through the ice and immediately die by just walking into certain screens, immediately the ones up to the left of the star. All this ends with a double boss fight against Chillman and Bubbleman, which is made incredibly easy if you trap both of them underneath the ice. It's a pretty lackluster note to end the level on, but it didn't have to end up that way. I really would have liked to see a better version of this stage, since the main gimmick has so much potential. Steam level? I really like this kind of level concept a lot, changing the state of the rooms you've already been to, and unlocking new paths that way. It's like a mini Metroidvania. The unfortunate part is that this is one of the buggiest entries of the contest I've seen. So often your character gets stuck in the geometry of it by the changing water and ice, flinging you all over the place out of bounds and getting killed. Even just outside the main gimmick, there just seem to be collision errors littered around. Level design is also questionable, especially when it comes to the tokens. Holy moly, those tokens are a mess of a process to reach. overall layout of the level can get quite confusing at times, notably at the beginning, where you can only progress after you've done the first switcheroo, and the starting part of the deep underwater section, where it wasn't clear for a player you have to go toggle the switch to an ice stand unless they happen to go right first. Don't really like that during the deep underwater section, the stage keeps placing the swimming enemies, specifically a knock the player off the nearby pits. Like, come on now, it's number 2 of the 10 things you should not design your level like. Pay attention during design lessons, students. Despite all this, at least the music is super soothing and nice to listen to. Probably one of my favorite tracks in the contest so far. It's the one thing you allowed me to tolerate, the bug-infested nightmare, that's for sure. No other level in this contest confused me as much as this one did. I went left at the start. Okay, fine, guess I'll die. Alright! Then I went right, thinking I found a secret area, used magnet beam to slide through a hole in the wall. Unbeknownst to me, I just wrecked the level. I encountered plenty of switches, but I couldn't get any of them to work. The ones I could touch did nothing except make a noise, and the ones I couldn't touch just looked like awkward wall decorations. Understanding what you were going for, please don't do that. For over half the level, I honestly couldn't tell if something was massively broken, or if I simply didn't understand what I was supposed to do. Even playing the intended way, there are signs this level needs more playtesting. It's never clear what's a bottomless pit or where any given path will lead you. It's possible to get stuck in a few places or shunted through a floor if you turn water into ice at the wrong time. The dual boss battle, while certainly interesting, isn't terribly polished. Although too many challenges feel more like random assets on screen rather than a deliberate broadcast of knowledge or skill. The water-ice puzzles are generally pretty strong. Magnet and ladder use is excellent. Oh, I wish I'd used that setup in Joe's. Dual magnets and spike shaft is also good. I love the concepts of the token challenges. Swindoll's devious surprise is especially great. And I got a laugh out of Eddie's truck trick.
Ow.
But I have serious issues with their execution, especially the logic-defying secret ladder.
Ow!
Moody music, background graphics that change with the gimmick, and a really solid premise almost keep the level afloat. Profound polish problems with sync it. When the level goes right, it's fun. Excellent even. Oh my, it's so easy for it to all just fall apart. Which version of the stage do you get? The clean, smooth experience the developer intended.
What? What's that?
Or soft lock glitchy mess where you can accidentally backtrack into such a state where you lose lots of progress. That's the real kicker. I've experienced both for myself, and the latter version so very much sinks the real enjoyable experience I have with the other, and that's a damn shame. From a design standpoint, this stage works. Finding yourself retracing your steps with seeing rooms in a new frozen or unfrozen state, that's thrilling. And the token layouts give the user a reason to try and progress through the rooms in the unintended way. That's also the issue. Some of these rooms were not designed with that in mind. There are many areas where going through a screen transition with the ice water gimmick set in a wrong configuration leads to instant death via clipping out of the world, or worse, a soft lock. The player basically requires clairvoyance to tell which of these screens is going to kill them. Even with it set up correctly, the fact that ice needs to spend time spawning in means just walking through an intended screen transition can kill you. It's really cute then that the spade token requires sliding through a transition and you need to correct yourself before plummeting to your death. This, combined with the water level therefore spikes nature of the stage, is all the more frustrating due to the really questionable checkpoint placement. Just to quickly mention, the heart token having what is an invisible ladder that's only visible in the frozen state? No, don't do this. There's zero indication it's there and fails hard. The rest are fine, but this is absurd. The stage isn't great from a graphical standpoint either. It all feels rather flat, unpolished, and messy.
Jeez.
So it's proof of just how much important a good music track is. That alone helps rise the atmosphere of the stage. It helps all the gimmicks and elements do their thing and sells the theme to you. It's also a shame the lack of polish given to the graphics also applies to the hit indication or lack thereof. Given the wild, confusing nature of the level, this really hinders the player's ability to tell where it's supposed to go. Instant death and the path forward look identical in this level, especially in the water. The boss also has two versions. The version where you don't let them interact and pick them off one by one, or the version where you're a dumbass and let them combo you into oblivion by unfreezing the water. I also have experienced both of those versions, but for some odd reason I don't feel I can hold that one against you. God, this is so frustrating. There's a really good stage in there to look down at just how unfun it is to play through a slog of glitches.
Chaos Light
Chaos
City.
Lights, yeah.
Uh-oh. Fun levels are low. Do we want to do this still tonight, or you want to stop for now with your hiccups?
We can do one more.
Alright. Is this another skip gate? No. Only one element.
Hey, Ace Attorney Investigations 2 music. Wait, what?
What?
The streetlights block my shots. Oh no! That didn't work. Alright, you can jump out of that.
Well, this is some dickish platforming setups already. Oh, you can turn them off.
Yeah, jury's out on why you would want to. More Sniper Joes. What? Wait, what's to the left?
I don't know. Can we not go back there? But is this where we're supposed to go? It kind of seemed like
Probably.
It seemed like a secret spot. What is going on? Oh, hi. Oh, hey. There's a token. What? What? Why? Huh?
I was trying to die. Excuse me.
Well, I guess we found the token. How are you even supposed to know that was down there? Oh, you can jump through those.
The fact that there's a ladder going down.
Why do the enemies blend in with the stage? That is super annoying.
What? What?
Oh.
Oh. Huh, that's neat.
Not really when it does that much damage. It also doesn't help that most of the screen is immunity. Like,
Hello there, Bastion. The city is so beautiful this time of night, isn't it? Thanks to me, of course.
ah, why?
I would love to do a Let's Read of both the Investigations games with you when the collection comes out.
Ah, not again. A Let's Read?
Yeah, it's a visual novel. You don't Let's play it, you Let's Read it.
Oh. Oh, okay. Why are there so many of these? Do you not think this is overkill, game? Person, designer guy, person, lady, Freundleben. Yay. Okay, Mega Man 2 building and what? Well, it was inoffensive at least. Well, for the most part. Yes, I know you need to go outside. Luna has crawled out the door, the kitty door, and she's sticking her paw slowly through to open the kitty door, and I'm pulling it back so it closes to get my attention. So you just keep hearing pop up.
Luna!
I will let you out in a second, for fuck's sake, dog.
Oh my word, please quit it with all the shields. Seriously though, I'm pretty sure every enemy in here is shielded, and Chaos Light City has a tendency to overcrowd its rooms with souped up, stronger shielded enemies than normal. This means Laser Trident is the go-to weapon for the player because the alternative is an exercise in frustration, and that presents a huge problem for the level design. The idea of turning off its streetlights to remove this ability is neat. I could get behind it in another level. There's even a spot where one of the lights is keeping a Sniper Joe from chasing you, meaning turning it off actually hampers you. The kind of clever scenario I wish there was more of. Unfortunately, the level instead chooses to pivot toward lights that you just can't turn off. Which only works in tandem with the Cyber Gabby walls. Making matters worse, Laser Trident's ability to pierce shields includes the light shield, so it completely defeats the light gimmick. And since the enemies here are already shielded, aka the exact sort of enemies you'd already use Laser Trident against, the core gimmick becomes self-defeating and might as well not be there at all. All you have left after that is a complete slog. I really only have one big piece of advice. Re-evaluate the enemy selection from top to bottom. Because this wasn't fun, nor was it very interesting. And disabling Laser Trident wouldn't have helped at all. Then it would just be extra-aggravating instead of just frustratingly boring. Part of me wants to like this place as there was clear effort put in.
I'm the one who's sick here. What's the
What?
I'm the one who's sick. You just those hiccups don't want to go away. Jeez. Development hiccups.
There's a decent idea in all this, but sadly it's buried beneath a number of hiccups that ultimately make this a very flawed stage. The biggest issue here is the enemy placement. Simply put, they're set up in such a way that they're more of a nuisance than anything. The worst offenders are the Cyber Gabby walls, as they not only tend to be grouped on small platforms, but they also move faster when exposed to light. That being said, I can't say I dislike the gist of what the level is going for. The main gimmick of having the lights affect enemies in various ways is pretty interesting. Just wish it was used to do more and make already shielded enemies invincible and speed up enemies in small spaces. Thanks to how tedious all the enemies were to deal with, I ended up using Laser Trident and Thunder Beam to plow through everything, which basically rendered the gimmick pointless since the light effect doesn't protect them from piercing weapons. While we're on the subject of weapons, there was a dev kit related issue with a tornado blow in the main gimmick that severely broke the stage for me. I assume it was an entry issue at first because of other oddities such as Rush's teleport being able to activate the light switches, along with the music not looping correctly. These are relatively minor when compared to the stage's other issues though. That aside, the only other major noteworthy thing here are the aesthetics. While the searchlight effect in the background is somewhat neat, I'm really not a fan of the grand red color scheme. There's not much more to talk about here, even when it's just comes to the mid-boss who's just a big eye that gets occasionally shielded by the lightings. And the ending, which is a complete anticlimax. Like I said at the start of the review, there's a good idea here, but the execution is flawed due to an overabundance of shielded enemies in tight spaces. Betrayal by light! Pretty interesting gimmick here where the enemies become invulnerable if they are shined by a light, and you often need to toggle the light off in order to make them vulnerable again. There's just one major demerit. There are way too many shielded enemies, which really halts the flow of the stage, and the lights only serve to pad out the tedium. It doesn't help there are quite a few entrances where you can't manipulate the light settings either. Poor use of the spines. Their sudden speed-ups are very hard to parse overall. They can also get off-sync by player proximity, leaving no room to maneuver safely most of the time. On successive playthroughs, it turns out that I didn't realize that the light was what causing their sudden speed increases, which seems like a poor conveyance on the level design part when the player couldn't immediately recognize what's going on. A room with fake pits that hide the token. Odd design there. Said room also has little gaps between the pillar objects where you can't jump out of without tornado blow. Oops.
That we found because random, yeah.
It's a simple gimmick, but a very clever one, and the level does a satisfactory job of exploring its potential. Timing and sequencing puzzles are the right way to go. Big Eye is a great choice for a mini-boss. Inherently shielded enemies are, well, the worst possible choice for this level, but at least they don't disrupt the pacing. Theming is on point with shadowy enemies, albeit admittedly a bit too shadowy against an exciting backdrop of animated lights. Surrounded by neutral-colored architecture, it looks nice without pulling focus from the action. It feels like a lot of thought went into this level, or at least certain aspects of it. However, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of playtesting. Directionality gets fuzzy around the first walnut screen. The player can easily get stuck between pillars on the screen above the token. The otherwise perfect music doesn't loop correctly. As much as fun as it is to turn off lights with rush coil, the main gimmick doesn't properly account for special weapon use. There are so many oversights that the player could conceivably reach again without ever realizing the lights are more than decoration. And special weapons are essential because most challenges are so cramped, overcrowded, or precision-driven.
Oh, jeez.
It's unreasonably difficult to avoid damage without them.
I will let you quit biting my foot. I will let you out when we're done here.
At this level knows the basic tenets of good game design, but not how best to apply them. New elements are introduced in a way that could be appropriate if the player thinks and plays exactly as intended. Gimmick complexity keeps increasing, yet the difficulty remains constant because there's usually too much going on. Power-ups and checkpoints are abundant, but haphazard. The level ends after an acceptable number of screens, but without a climax that gives the ending a sense of accomplishment. I'd love to play the revised version. Good ideas and great atmosphere make this a level worth updating. The stage has a neat idea, but the enemy selection really lets it down. Having a gimmick that makes enemies invulnerable would be cool with more mobile, weaker enemies. However, every enemy in this stage is armored in some fashion, making it difficult and frustrating to kill them. For such a short stage, there was an awful lot of waiting around. The fact that enemies are so generic also hurt the personality of the stage. The stage is well tiled and flashy, making for a decent atmosphere. Unfortunately, both the background and almost all of the enemies are very dark, similar colors, making for a very monochromatic stage. It also made it very difficult to spot some of the enemies, especially the metals. There were a couple of very obnoxious rooms in the level. Room 4 to Big Eye was extremely difficult to pass, as the shot pattern often synced up where the shield attacker would block shots and the other enemies were vulnerable. There were 2 rooms with gabby walls underneath lights that were nearly impossible to get through with taking damage. Finally, there were 2 rooms combining the Tatibo and Joe enemies, Sniper Joe invulnerable. These took ages standing in one place and were incredibly annoying.
Oh, let's talk to Yoku Man.
Oh no, it's Yoku Man!
You miss me? No. I've got great news for you. I don't care. Using my powers for somewhat good now. No more Yoko spikes for now. Instead, I'm making Yoko toys. Watch as they disappear from a child's vision, prompting a scavenger hunt around their home to find their lost toy. Endless hours of fun, don't you think? What?
Present. You should set your system time to Christmas. Next episode.
Alrighty, it's midnight now, and
Yeah.
it sounds like you are still suffering from the development hiccups there.
Yes.
I can't tell if you said that as a joke or it just was because you had the hiccups and you
I
changed your
did
mind.
say that as a joke.
Okay. Well, yes. But okay, so that's going to be it for tonight. I need to, like, focus on something else for a little bit because being sick is not fun. Plus, I need to get the dog out because she keeps biting my foot and, like, being a pest.
Luna.
Right, Luna? Alrighty. Well, hopefully, maybe, please, let's be back tomorrow with some finally RP stuff.
He's not on duty. Or at least he said he wasn't on duty this week.
It's
so,
been months. This is ridiculous.
I agree.
Stuck in limbo. It's hard to even, like, remember and get into stuff that was going on before.
I remember.
I know.
Mostly.
It's just... There's bears, and there's bears, and there's Ice Place, and then there's, like, a girlfriend that hasn't been met yet, and other stuff. It's a thing. Alrighty. Fine, Luna. You gonna pass? You gonna pass? Come here. Puppy! You gonna be a pass?
Alright, good night, everybody.
Alright, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Hopefully we'll be back tomorrow. If not, I should be back on Saturday or something, so... everybody. Here's the annoying husky. That... Everybody, stay well. Be well. Ah. And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Bye.